the document, that's okay. It's 130 pages. We're just gonna go over 4. That's okay.
Darn it.
I do have copies, everyone, if you would like some light reading tonight. With that, always want to look at our balance sheet. That's always the most important thing, where we are financially, right? I like it. Where is your balance sheet? Here. We look at our fund balance right here. So this is our fund balance right here. We're looking up into about 4 different categories. We'll just briefly hit where we're at with these, okay? So right here is what we call non-spendable. That's our inventory. That's stuff in the warehouse. Already been bought, so we can't buy our meetings. So we have to classify that as fund balance. That's about $2 million. Part of the state code allows us to carry over 5% of next year's cheer payments. Danny's gonna love it. 5% of our next year's budgeted expenditures, right? So that's about 17 million that we can carry over in case of a big rainy day. Then we have, I think that one's our employee obligation. So years back, you as a board, this is what you as a board, when I say board, this has happened years ago, but it's still carried forward as commitments to. This is your GASB or your post-employment benefits if you out there. So that's about 10 million. That has actually gone down quite a bit over the last year. We have to get a big study done every 2 years. These are people who are working who came over in the old Jordan system, the old GASB system, who are still with it, and those who are still being paid out. We have to set that aside for them. And we also had a lot of POs at the end of the year. Most of them were Chromebooks. That's about 3.6. We carried that over as well. Then there's other 2 areas that we've assigned here. This is what the district administration can do. We've assigned that, hey, if you're a school and you don't spend all your textbook or your supply money, you can carry that over. That's about 5.5 million. And also, as you know, our construction costs are going way up. And so to complete all these projects, we're gonna have to likely, we don't know, I hope not, but we're gonna spend up to $8 million for construction projects to complete all everything we have come on. Last thing would be what you as a board have really, we say, well, what is our fund balance? What can we spend moving forward? It'd be this 30 million, or there that we call unassigned. So it's not assigned to a particular activity, but it's for us as we go forward. We always say that we're about 1 month ahead of the game. On a typical month, in November, for instance, we spent $32.5 million. That's how most salaries, applies everything. This is about, we've always say we're about 1 month ahead of the game. So that's about 1 month's reserve. That's right there. So you can see where we were a year ago, just up a little bit, 77.2, up about 76.9. So that's our balance sheet. Next to our income statements here. Always like to say, hey, you as the board go out and approve a budget every year for us. This is your final budget that you approved in June. And you authorized us to spend, through a circle here, nearly $343 million. And it's what, it's always important to see what we actually spent on that. And so we always need to make sure we come under less. So we spent about $333 million, or about 10 million less, which is about just under 3%. We're typically in that range. That 2 to 3% is where we try to be under budget to go for. But you can see we had a positive balance here. This is the net change in our balance. That 3 was our end fund balance went up about 300,000. You can see also where all the costs are in people, salaries and benefits, 86.5%. That's what it costs. There are lots of supplies and other things, but people expense. Over on this far right, excuse me, is our insurance fund. We hear a lot about inflation. The grocery stores where we go, right? fuel, body, building construction. But I think maybe the biggest is medical costs. It's really gone up. Follow trends out. So you can see what we spent last year, what we spent this year. 6.5 last year, 5 million more this year. We did have a few more people come on the plan, which is always good. So we have more premiums coming. We can see our change in our balance is down about 1.2 million. So whereas the other last year we have about 2.5 million. Still a pretty good balance. We like to keep about 4 months of reserve. Yeah, 15.5 million. That's one thing we'll have to watch. Right? Yeah, that's a big issue right now. So far this year, we're trending in a pretty good position. We're actually trending better than we were last year. But that can change in a hurry with 2,200 people on our employees and 5,000. Always watch that.
Do you think, Leon, is that partially because coming out of the pandemic, people started to have surgeries?
Testing.
And I think it just cost a lot more.
So at that time, where we were kind of nobody was doing anything, and then
yeah, nobody's doing anything, and I know a couple of nurses they've all got big raises because there's such a shortage.
We had some.
Not going on. Thing was good news. All this is actually pretty good news in our paper, but where our taxable values have gone over the last 10 years. So 10 years ago, our value in the residence homes, our taxable value in the residence homes was just about $10 billion. It's almost doubled last 10 years, up to 19.3. Now we do have more homes, but we were fairly built out 10 years ago. Most of us just increased in values for homes.
Inflation. That's not good.
Yeah. And to see what businesses kind of done the same. Homes pretty much done the same. So over the last 10 years, you can see that. I would expect this number, keep in mind this is 2021, a calendar year. You get 2022 next year. I expect to see that 25 to 30% higher. Jeez. So we're going to be up around 4 million. Let's see.
Just quick, retail business. Retail business in our areas has really gone down over the last couple of years. Are we seeing an effect upon the drop of retail business? Well, sales taxes don't affect us as much as it does as the building tax.
So we have, you've seen that. So that's a big issue with property taxes this year, right? All went up 30%. Businesses went up 4 to 6%. What did that do? That pushed more of the tax burden on the home and less on the businesses. There's a possible constitutional amendment out there where the legislature, I think everybody knows, 45% of your home is exempt from taxes. There's a constitutional amendment out there. They may look at raising that up. But it could be a lot. This has been a big statewide problem, property taxes this year. And they're, to do that, they're pushing more. When they do that, push more on the businesses. This is their plan. But with that, that's what I wanted to say. I want to give a big shout out to Danny. This is his first year doing this. It's funny. I don't know if you know. Most of you may not know Danny. He's a Gary Warwood to Gary's place. Been with us a couple of years. Big thanks to Danny. Gary walked out on a Friday. And a team of auditors walked in on Monday. Went to Danny's door. So he's still here. He's still here. So big thank you to Danny. I want to thank Danny's wife. He had put in some late nights. My wife is used to it. It's made me go out on big thank you. Danny has done a tremendous job. So that is there questions. Yeah.
I've got 3 questions. And I'll probably go with number 3 first. Tell me about Danny, where he comes from, what his background is.
I'm gonna let Danny tell him. I'll let Danny tell him.
No, I'm happy to introduce myself. I've been here about a year and a half. I was basically the grant accountant before doing this. Before that, I spent 2 years at the state USP. For that 7 years at the Utah State. And that's a little bit about my professional career. I grew up just a few blocks away, so I love the area. You probably go to high school and not go to something. Yeah.
Credential wise, are you CPA?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been a CPA since 2014. I went to BYU for my undergraduate and then graduated.
Where's your luck?
I thought I could learn to like you, but I don't know.
It's kindergarten.
Not many rules as I do. I'm getting used to cheering for the.
They're not in the
Hey, Leon, now back to my other two questions, maybe a little meatier. Let's go back to self-insurance fund. I don't know if anybody else's memory is like mine. But I remember sitting over in the superintendent's conference room, maybe a little over a year ago. And we were looking at wanting to fund, and I can't even remember what we were funding. And you said, our self-insurance fund is doing so well, we can not fund it like we have in the past. I'm kind of feeling like that is coming back to bite us.
A year ago, I think costs were a lot different, yeah. And that's the problem, yeah. Try to amplify our benefit package to our employees, there is a cost to that. Cost.
So that may not have been the best decision to have made.
I think with the information they.
I'm not sure exactly what.
I can't remember what it was we were talking about funding, but you suggested we decrease our contribution to the self-insurance fund.
No. What we did is we increased the district share, decreased the
Increase.
employee share. So there's a net
Net even.
Net even, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That's why we we even increased the net. That's why you have a little bit higher, 32, 31.
Then the elephant in the room is ESSER.
What?
ESSER.
Two discussions now.
Two discussions down, okay. Yeah, my point on ESSER is just like anybody in their home, as they earn more money, they learn how to spend more.
That is the problem.
And it's always hard to
Go back.
go backwards. And I'm just, and if it's two discussions down, you can tell me two discussions down what we're gonna do with the decrease in ESSER funds and what's gonna have to be cut back.
Got it all figured out.
Okay,
That's under my eyes.
well, I'll stop for now and let you get down a couple.
Any other questions on
Any
that?
other questions on the act for
And again, this will be approved in the consent.
Mr. Wrigley?
Just on insurance, how will we be looking for this upcoming year? Do we know yet, or is it?
It's too soon to say, because keep in mind, our plan year goes January to December, right? So we've already done the open enrollment. Rates are set for this next calendar year. Too soon to say how we'll look come
The coming up year?
2020, and I say that. Right now, we are trending pretty good, but you know, that it can change in a dime, change on a dime. Because summer is our biggest insurance hit because we have a lot of people either getting hurt in accidents or whatever, or we have lots of people get surgery in the summer and off.
So they're not.
And also,
Cool.
so they're in school, and then you also have, that happens somewhat in December as well.
Mhm.
We have had some discussion, like granted, on starting our own mental health and old medical and stuff like that. To go more with preventative model since we are self-insured, or we have any more?
Yeah, that's the capital, there's a big capital investment there to do that. We'd like to do something big like that, yeah.
We have that old seminary building over still that Union building.
Well, that will be the one day. That's part of
As a building. Yeah, just wondering if, since we're self-insured, if the more preventative we can make it, probably the better it's going to be. And more get more cash for our dollar rather than going outside.
Yeah, we'd like to do some type of thing.
And Steve, as part of the Human Centered Supports Group, that is one of the 4 points that we're gonna look at.
Yeah.
At the 3 meetings, you know, as part of that, that is gonna be part of our discussion. So looking at that feasibility and
Bringing it up.
Great, thank you. So, and then, yeah, a reminder, this will be on, this is on the consent agenda to formally approve it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Next is item 1C, 2023 small capital projects. I will turn time back over to Mr. Wilcox, Business Administrator.
We always do around this time of year, you know, we need some of the projects we're looking at starting this summer, okay? And this doesn't have necessarily a formal reading to it because all these will come back to you as a purchasing bid. And so it gives you an idea of what we'll small capital wise as we get going. We have to start. We have to really start this design these. Some of these are well into the design phase, so we can get contractors lined up. It's always everybody's trying to do their work during the summer, so we have to work. To complete these. Couple big ones. The main big one is what we want to give you an update on here, and that's always been. I think you've been aware of the challenges the last 2 or 3 years. Some emails, students on that. So what we've done is we've gone out and designed new band room for the plans there just a moment. The bids are actually, they're out to bid for contractors right now. They're due back on Thursday. We'd also like to look at, I would like to start this probably after the basketball season's done. Will take us some time to get materials in. We'd also like to look at updating restrooms that are right next to it, through those, but it is a pricey project to do this. So we're looking at about $3.5 million. We'll know the exact this week, but it's gonna be right there where we're ready. If you will look at bringing this back next board meeting, we'll have a number to live with next board meeting if you want to approve of that. So there's where we're at with that. Let me just show you where we're looking at here about Ryan. Where are you going with this? Well, here's the old driver's ed room. Here's the dance room. Over here's the new office counseling center. Can't see it, but that's where it is. Over here's the gymnasium, four doors on either side. Here are the 2 restrooms that service the gymnasium area. Okay. So what we're looking at doing is, again, here's the exterior wall currently right there. Looking at removing that wall and bringing it out here. The way out, it's about 30 feet out. It will line up with the current counseling center on this side. So you see that going across. Here's the proposed, so it'd be about 6,600 square feet, this whole thing, not counting these restrooms. With, you know, a couple storage room here, practice rooms going around the outside here. And then all the seating inside here. With, again, the wall being extended out. The door here so they can pull up. And, you know, load up their instruments where they go. The competitions and whatnot here on the sidewalk. And these are the doors going in. Again, both sides. Hold about 120 seats there. Of course, it's a huge marching band, right? It's 120, 130 students. One state. There's a reason why it's so successful there. So that's, and there'd actually be storage right back in here. Against this wall, there'd be a little wall here that you have storage back in there along the sides. Again, instrument storage on both walls there.
Leon, what direction is that? Like, what direction are you starting? East, west?
West.
Facing
It's on the front of the
building.
Southwest.
Okay. Well, here's the main entrance, if you will, would be right over here on the other side of the office area. Would be sitting. So yeah, it's on the west side. And then right, it's right there. Your rendition, how we look, so currently we stop right here. See where these doors are, but it's coming out. And that's this area right here on the front. So that's how we look when it's finished. Of course, we gotta put on a new ceiling, that's a big part of the steel work is a big expense as well, so that's the main steel and the ceiling work. And the mechanical to do all that, that's the main expenses with it. That's where we are with that project. Maybe I'll stop there, some questions, concerns.
Some questions, it looks like Mrs. Oaks and then Mr. Milliford. So Leon, thank you for bringing this up and bringing it forward. Like, last year or the year before, when Brian was still the principal over there, we went and met with some of the band leadership. The students actually led the meeting and it was pretty amazing. And they did a phenomenal job explaining and showing us in detail why their current space is woefully inadequate. And since that time, I've had other band and orchestra teachers talk to me about how this band room is the laughing stock of the area. It's really unusable. And in fact, we can't even store their instruments currently right now and successfully close those doors and lock them. I mean, it's a mess. But so it brings me to my next question is, have we made sure that we're having musicians or artists take a look at the space that's proposed, that we're not making any mistakes similar to the ones we made last time?
We spent a lot of time with Caleb. the
Okay.
teacher. He's gone over this as well with us quite a bit.
That's great.
With Sherry Ferguson, she's gone over, she likes the plan. So we think we have all that solved there, you know, also do this and not do it. Looking back, you can always look back. Cut an old auditorium into thirds. Auditorium's an odd shape to begin with. You cut it into thirds and make it in even odd shapes, and that's what happened. And, I think it worked out great for the choir side. It's turned out very nice. And I think the small theater, the Black Box Theater, that turned out very nice, but the band room just came in that odd shape. You got 100, and you throw 120 kids in that. All the big drums and xylophones and everything.
Yeah, the equipment's pretty incredible, this amount of space. So these kids are committed to.
Well, and it's a lot of expensive equipment that you don't want to have damaged because the space is inadequate. Like they were, for instance, we're talking about how many cellos they in that little storage room we're getting knocked into, and they were having to repair things like bridges, and they're handmade instruments. It's not a cheap thing. So in the long term, view of allowing the program to grow and develop and become what it needs to. And that's what I was so impressed with the students that talked to us about it, was that they were saying this isn't even about us right now, but we want the students coming after us to be able to enjoy and grow in the program. And so that's why we're talking.
They knew it, they were all seniors.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all great kids, all seniors.
They were really incredibly respectful and had really thought they had researched everything. Mr. Milliberg?
It's interesting you talk about it being the laughing stock of the bands in the state.
Not the band,
The
the
band room.
space.
The space, no.
The band itself is not.
Yeah, the band room is being the laughing stock. Once again, I feel like it's the elephant in the room, but I'll ask the question anyway. What happened that, I didn't sit on the ALDA design team, so I don't know how thoroughly that went through. You've got his name Caleb, the music teacher. Did he not get a chance to review?
Yeah, he reviewed them.
Did the principal not have a chance to review? Do we not understand blueprints and how to read blueprints? Did you not have a chance to review it? What happened?
I'll be honest, I didn't review it. And from my position, I don't know all the programming.
And I don't necessarily want to point a finger or catch blame.
I'll tell you,
The question I do want to know is, had this been done correctly with a rebuild or the remodel of Alda High, with the renovation, how much more are we spending now than we would have spent had we done it correctly the first time?
I can't give you, I'll give you my estimate.
That's as good as I can.
Everybody, you know, first of all, I'm gonna blame Rick Conn.
Okay, he's gone. Good person to blame.
I believe he's in Missouri this week, so. And,
He's in Missouri and we're in Misery. Okay, so.
to your point, you know, we always, I'll just go back, way back in 2017, where I talked about Rick. Rick and I always said, of all the projects we had on that ball, the 8 or 9, house was gonna be far and away the hardest. Because when do you start digging into a building that's 40 years old at the time? And where do you start? So we always knew that was a problem. We tried to we had a budget out there that we went way over.
We had kids, we had drums, we had xylophones at that time too.
To answer your question, I would probably say it's about $1 million, you know, because if you would have had a tier out this and everything, it would have been, I'm guessing about
$1 million more. Okay.
And I don't wanna speak for Caleb, but having been there, I think it was one of those things that on paper, it's like, oh yeah, we can make this work. And then once they got in there, the oblong shape of the room, the way the lockers were situated, kind of led to where we're at now.
It looked good on paper at the time.
I don't know, Mont, if you've ever built a house, but we built 3 of them. Really looked good on paper, and then we got built and went, what? What's wrong with this room?
All the equipment becomes a
Right.
huge issue.
Huge problem.
So much of it, and as Amanda said, it's very expensive equipment. You wanna make sure it's protected, stored away properly, and to give them the space to be able to do that.
Yeah, but we did have all that equipment when we started it.
I also say this, and Brian can maybe go back, you know, we started this in 2017, did it in 2018. You know, we have 120, 130 kids in the program, maybe more. I don't think we had that at that time.
A little over 100.
Yeah, so they've grown a little bit, some. So it's a great program, but great thought.
I guess the bottom line is if you get away with fixing it or an extra $1 million, then you're okay.
Painful.
It is painful, yeah. Trust me, it's been very big.
I was curious as to what the additional would be, so
That's my guess.
about $1 million.
But if we can keep the marching band teacher there, she's worth $1 million.
Are you talking about it, right? That you're talking
Oh,
about
right.
Michaela? She's at right, but he gets burnt.
She's a front Caleb. Yeah, that's,
That's
I
awesome.
guess, you know, you would have had all the contractors on site. It was tough because we tore apart their building and tried to get access in and out of that.
Well, we also know with 2 other high schools that have been completely rebuilt, that if we could have got away with an extra $1 million for an overrun instead of what we wound up with, it would have been
Sure. They won't talk that.
Well, another thing this design allows Caleb to be able to do is get his equipment in and out a little easier as well, which was usually on the interior
Yeah.
part. And they do move that equipment around like crazy.
I'm not running into-
It's so committed. I mean,
I think there's a couple other questions. Mrs. Schill, then Mr. Wrigley, then Mrs. Nybar.
So what about, that was the dance room and driver's ed room, so where are they?
So, they have, the drivers in, you have another classroom on the other side of where that is, right?
Okay.
So that's all taken care of. The issue is, what will we do with the current band room?
Yeah, is that big enough for the dance room?
So dance has another room that we built on in 2015, new space. So
Okay,
what they looked at was scheduling to make sure the ballroom, dance company, drill all had access to the room. So that just becomes a space issue when it comes to the master schedule. Make sure that you're putting those in appropriately so that the teachers can utilize that space as needed by period. And they had that conversation and came to an agreement that they can utilize that space before we ever release.
I just wanna make sure we're not creating another problem.
Likely long term, this will be turned, the current one likely be turned into a yoga studio for the long term.
Okay.
It would have been Bill's personal way.
Leon's gonna need a yoga studio.
After all. A few more of Mon's questions, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No, these are good questions. This has been a tough one, Bill.
Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Nybar.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's interesting after the fact to try to pull stuff apart. I think one of the problems was we had two high schools were going over budget. We're trying to keep this one down at the same time. I guess our assumption was is we could fit in that room because that's all the space we had. When we took a look at it without building onto that building, we had to make it work. We tried it, it just didn't work. So I guess as you're saying at this point, we will use that room now for another dance room. This dance room is sort of unique anyway. So the current one was, I think, couldn't you touch the ceiling, I think? I think that was the one on that dance room. So it should be nice if we different area and use that too. I don't know. We learn things, I guess, don't you?
Oh, we learn lots of things.
Mrs. Nybar.
I just wanted to say, although it is, we find ourselves in this position, I'm grateful we're doing this, especially to hear the difference in numbers. I mean, that department means it's grown 25% if it's added another 40 kids. So clearly we've got an amazing program there, and I really believe in supporting all of our amazing programs as best we can, and facilities are the first step in how to do that. So grateful that we're doing this the right way.
They took state, the recent thing George taught.
Yes.
Banks of America.
Yeah.
So our district, I mean, think about it like this.
Yeah.
Is it 10 years ago, Canyon's district didn't even have a marching band, and in the Banks of America competition, we took first and second place in our division.
And when we have programs like that that are so competitive that the rest of the state sees, and they're emulating their programs after ours, we ought to have the facility to support that too.
It's one of the top 3 reasons as to why students permit into Altai.
I was gonna say it's a big isn't, and that's amazing.
Big draw.
So it's good to support that program.
So, we have just a couple of questions. We anticipate that it will be finished for the summer. No?
Not this summer. It's gonna take about 8
Yeah, a
months.
year from now it'll be finished. Okay,
Year from now.
all right. I didn't watch that.
Looking at about 8 months, but it won't start probably until March or April.
Plus the students are going to another build.
Another remodel.
Keep in mind, how to make sure fire egress and everything there, parking lot, we've always done. Possibly block 2 exits, be 2 other exits.
During construction.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
That sounds good. So you anticipate at our next board meeting, there should be some.
It's guaranteed that we're hoping we can have a bid either approved next.
Another question?
Another question, are we gonna have some ribbon cutting for the new, music room? If we have all these, but really, we ought to advertise that. If we have all these kids that are open permitting in, we're saying it's gonna cost $1 million, we get that WPU back. We should be shouting it from the rooftops about how amazing the new facility is, and have something there, right?
Jeff and Kirsten would love another event. Absolutely.
I got you.
I have enough events to bring.
I don't think we want to go out to the public and say, could have saved $1 million. And we done it right.
We're not gonna say that. That's not how you package it.
Okay, any other thoughts on this one? Okay, continue.
So here's our other projects. Again, we're in a lot of the design phases of a lot of these. But keep in mind, one of the big things that's always a constraint is course cost. The overruns on our other bond projects, we're having to supplement our property tax to complete those other ones, mainly Union. And speaking of Union, we're on schedule. We're actually a little bit under budget, looks like there, so we're excited about that. But as we set up this summer, as with the last few summers when we moved into Mid Valley and Brighton and Hillcrest and Glacier Hills, this takes a lot of time and resources from our facilities department for that. So that's why, one of the reasons we have to keep the number of projects we do on a limited basis there. But these are the projects we're planning on doing this summer. Just hit some of these really fast. Again, our roofs, we're always conscious of them. And they need to be replaced. Ridgecrest has our worst roof. You know, we are worried that if we don't do something in a couple of years, we could have some really issues there. We don't have it right now, but we are worried about that, so we'd like to replace that. Corner Canyon's turf is highly used. Usually you get 10, 12 years, it's year 10 on a turf field. We're looking at replacing that. But we actually think we have the bid and the price. We're planning on bringing that to you next week. The reason being is there's going to be a price increase in January or February. We'd like to lock that in now. Lighting upgrades at 2 schools where we replace all the LED lighting in some of the areas like our new schools. That'd be at Brookwood and Canyon. Carper View, that one's still under a little bit investigation of what we need to do on the water line to loop that school. We're still working with the city. And so that one's still a little iffy, but we are looking at replacing the main water line that does need to be replaced, and if we need to do a fire loop around that. Some irrigation upgrades, mainly at Lone Peak and a little bit of Altera. And then we'd like to replace the new addition, Carpet View. We gave them new carpet last year, but we'd like to remove that all-base carpet, new tile, and all that as well. So that's what we're expecting, about 2.6 million there. There's a couple other projects. We'll get into ESSER 3, and one of the things, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of extra ESSER funds moving forward, as we close out the grant timeline. And so there's a project we'd like to really focus on student safety or helping students specifically. All these are student safety. I don't want to hit that, but more specific ones to enhance students. One would be some playground upgrades at those 3 schools, making them ADA compliant. Those will be our last 3 playgrounds that we have, schools that we have to do that at. The community center at Jordan High, great job by Wendy, getting us an operating grant of $250,000. Run that similar to the one we have at Hillcrest High, that community center. But then it's just a great thing for the kids there. So, but we have the place. We just got to go in and build the showers and the laundry facilities. And then also we want to look at what they call a BDA or bi-directional amplifier system to get better first response time. These are the antennas at Hillcrest and Alta. You get into still some connectivity issues at both those schools. We want to make sure we can call out to those schools. So that's about $1 million there that we're looking at for those projects. A couple other things that we're still looking at. We want to do a set of tennis courts, resurface those every other year, and then the odd year do turf or track. So this year, the tennis courts we're looking at, Brighton's court for they're the ones that need it the most. Let's resurface those. That may not come to you on the purchasing bid because it's gonna be right around that $80,000. We have an issue with Lone Peak's retaining wall. We've been with water damage there, and that we need to look at. And also Oakdale's sidewalk, not quite done exactly where that will be. Well, but we're still looking at those. This could be a big thing for us is in the JLC priorities. There's a $250 million ask for one-time capital needs. Same with the USP needs. Last year we got about 4 million, which we went to great use to doing the Alta baseball fields and also the Diamond Ridge remodel. So, but this could be more this year. Just depends on what we can get from the legislature. Part of that too, we got about 180 last year. 50 went to the deaf and blind school, which is certainly well needed. Then 50 more went to the small rural districts, which was certainly well needed. So about 80 to 90 went to school districts. So we got that $4 million. So I'm hoping to get a little bit at least out this year, which we cover the band room, and we hope we get a little bit more than that too. Couple other things that we're looking for, not this 23, but 24. Hillcrest High, the track and the replacing their turf. We have to remove the underground tanks at transportations. We got it under the state's EPA standards. They have to come out 2025. Then some other lists as well. We may actually bring this to you maybe in October, September, or October next year, so we can get a little bit better start on base. We got contractors. And the last one is, we know there's also an issue at the Corner Canyon soccer fields, throwing baseball and softball fields as well. The issue is just the water table there. It's just really, there just has to be a long-term cost thing as well to fix those. And so we're thinking that needs to be part of the planning, not so much a small capital. Long-term planning now, what we want to do there. So, is there any questions?
Any comments or questions about this, Mr. Milliberg?
Tell me what the useful life is of a tennis court. I'm guessing it's probably about 10 years based on 5 high school tennis courts. And
No, if you have what they call the post tension, the wires underneath called the post tension, can go 20 years. It's just resurfacing the top.
okay, but what's the useful life of that surface?
10 years.
10. Okay. And I'm kind of surprised, maybe time just flies. You know, it doesn't seem like it's been that many years ago that we actually put the turf in at Hillcrest and resurfaced the track. And I'm guessing that probably has about a 10-year life as well then. Okay. And it seems like the tennis courts at Brighton, gosh, it doesn't seem like 10 years ago that they.
It was before I got elected.
Was it?
And
Then about 20 years.
We Hillcrest did your first term, second year. I think
They all run together.
it was the second year, your first term, so it's about 10 years.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm with you, Mont. That doesn't seem like 10 years.
time goes too fast.
Yes, it does.
Okay, Mr. Wrigley has a question.
So just a couple, just to clarify, the ESSER funds are only to be used in capital funds, right? Because somebody may say, why don't you use that on one-time things or employees and stuff?
So, a couple things. One, you do get this question occasionally. Can you use ESSERs? You know, you can't pay a bonus or anything like that out of ESSERs. Okay. You can use ESSERs for capital. Most of our ESSERs is going to salaries. You know, the 20 million, so you almost 22 million we got. Almost all of it's going to salaries. We are proposing, I'll show you that in the next presentation, some media bucks and some capital needs, but 20 million is going to ongoing salaries. And some, you know, we did buy the one goes out of that. But
Just being pro that, right? Like you got yours with it there. The other one is on my first term when we were there, we talked about moving the building over here, and there was some discussion. And the capital improvements saying, are we talking about transportation or okay, we're gonna have to probably rebuild transportation offices and warehouses eventually. I'm just worried about putting a new tank in some place that we may not use in 5 or 10 years. So is there been any discussion about that?
well, we've had some internal discussion. You know, the building over there, I believe, is 1954. So you do the math on the age there, that's getting up there. It's the old part of the way the oldest domain, yeah.
There's nowhere else to go. We had
We
that
don't
discussion
intend to move.
years ago.
And do we look at some remodel around it? Yeah. As far as it always staying where it's located, yeah.
Yeah, it
Because it's century.
difficult to rebuild it when they're there. There's not space, but I just wanted to be sure that we didn't put a tank in because this is gonna cost us what, $500,000?
What we'll do is we have to take them out of the ground, but we can still have them on above surface. You just can't have it on the ground.
So they're gonna go above ground now rather than below the ground?
EPA stuff.
Because
It's 5 years newer than me.
because of the age of the tanks, you know, if you have a new tank, you can, new system, gas station, you know, put it in the ground, but the age of these tanks, they have to come.
Yeah, I know that's the problem. A lot of the gas stations right now, why they're going out of business, is their tanks cost more than it would be to We do.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Any other questions on small capital?
Are we gonna paint the tanks so they're environmentally beautiful?
Silver,
Sounds like an answer.
it's gonna be silver.
Right.
That's what Leon proposed. I don't know.
Okay. Our next, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Our next item is a 2023-2024 budget discussion. I will turn the time back over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
We have lots of yellow paint over there to touch up buses, so we'll probably yellow.
I just was thinking of paved trees or something on make it environmentally pretty. Maybe phone towers now, they make them look.
So again, this is just a brief up, it's odd because we're finished, we gave you our 22 financial statements. We're in the middle of revising this year's budget, the projects we want to do, and we're talking about last year. So we usually work 3 years at a time. We just sort of see how we work forward here. But we brought up Esther and we call it the fiscal cliff. We knew when we took the money that this was coming our way. And there's other issues we need to address as well. So we've talked about our priorities as we start our budget. Again, this isn't a reading. We're going to have multiple discussions on this in 2023 moving forward, but making sure we focus on the strategic plan, focus on everything that we all know about. We also want to make sure we work out from the student. So we gotta, one of the things that Rick and I said that that's not an anywhere negotiating item is increase class subjects. Anything we need to do so, but that's not an option right there. We also know we've asked for a big WPU increase. We don't really want to use that to keep positions. We need to do that to help our employees with all the inflationary pressures they're under. So we do think we'll get a decent wage WPU increase, but it really needs to want to pass as much of that on to our employees as well. We're also not planning straight line across the board cuts because all of our schools, all our communities are different. So we really want to make sure we're targeted areas to support students in schools. So all of these factors, like special education students, MLLs, student behavior, social economic status, all those are going to come into play as we move forward here. We have sought, well, I'm saying it sought input from our secondary principals, recognize that some input, or a few of our elementary principals, be meeting with our directors as well. Because we want to make sure these are strategic moving forward, for the best interest of the district. Let's talk ESSER funds. So we know that runs out September of 24. We don't want to use any employee expenses between June and that September of 24. So all employee expenses but if there's a little bit of one-time money for capital or supplies, we could do with that. But that's the case there. We need to make sure going into next fiscal year, we do have a plan in place on how we need that. We don't plan on making any mid-year cuts in this year's budget, just so everybody knows there. Let's talk the ESSER positions. What's the issues that we have there? You can see them all lined up there. We have about 58 FTEs. Canyon's online in the great schools. We have the teaching fees that are elementary, middle, one high school teacher, or intervention mentors, sometimes called MTSS positions. These are all ESP positions, youth academy, nurses, social workers, on down. So those are the positions that are being funded right now out of ESSERs. So it's how do we fund these? Where do we fall? What do we do moving forward with all of this? Okay. So now we're going to just focus on one of these tonight. And then we'll be bringing back plans as we go forward on these other positions, but, one of these would be Canyons Online. So if you look at here, here's our enrollments as of last week with Canyons Online. So we have 62K kindergarten, fifth grade student. Last year at this time, we had 227 K-5 students. So you can see it's gone way down. You think it was a heavy, as we talked to the Michelle, it seemed like it was heavy COVID response. Online. You can see the numbers there for 6th, 7th, and 8th as well. The 6-8 model, 113. Last year we had 116. So those numbers are about the same. You can see going down almost pretty big, almost double the difference between 6th graders and 8th. Here is our proposal. Again, this is just our proposal, what we are thinking moving forward. Our goal would be to move this from a school, which it is now, school on the USPE side. It's a school, and we would recommend transitioning this to a program for the K-8 model. Keep in mind, we've always had the 9-12 model that will remain the same. To get original for students. Learning the asynchronous, so synchronous as it is now. Okay. We need to use the ASUPD curriculum that we use now.
It would be with adjuncts in middle school and outsourced for elementary. So instead of our teachers, middle school would be our teachers, but it would be current middle school teachers that adjuncts similar to what we do in high school. Elementary would be one success coach we have assigned, or we would assign for those students that are still want to enroll online. We would partner with ASU to utilize their teachers, but we would no longer have that FTE. So those teachers would be absorbed back into regular schools.
So yeah, as Rick said, we're looking to hire multi-test coaches, one for elementary.
Certified teachers, though.
Certified teachers.
So they're
certified teachers, exactly.
no, go ahead. Sorry, I just want to
make sure
make
you fill in here. As Rick and I have worked on this, 2 for the middle school and 3 for the high school. We'd like to have 6 of these coaches. They would be the liaison, if you will, between the adjunct teachers and the students.
So Leon, when you talk about success coaches, you're talking about coaches that are already hired for you that you're just going to move them into those places.
They're probably working for us right now.
likely
But
are.
they're not, we're gonna emphasize, they're not achievement coaches. They are regular licensed.
So these are teachers that have expertise that have already been in an online environment that can, one, coach our adjuncts, but also triangulate that with mentoring and staying in close contact with students that are online. So we know that's a big factor in their success or failure, lack thereof. So
I just was trying to figure out, because there's so
that's a
many
really good question.
different kinds of coaches, right? Instructional coaches.
This is not an achievement
Not
coach.
an achievement coach or an ed tech. It's a whole new job description, if you will.
Sure.
Says coach, yeah. Good question. Again, to work with the adjunct teachers, the middle school level, as well as those teaching adjunct at the high school level, like they have them. Amy Betker would supervise this program. We would look to eventually locate it over on Diamond Ridge campus. There'd probably be a couple of portables that we could move over there. Big thanks to Michelle Shimon. I don't know if you know, but Michelle will be retiring in January. So big thanks to her. All her leadership over the last couple of years getting this going and getting us through COVID. Big thanks to her. We will look to replace Michelle with a vice principal at Diamond Ridge. So it would be Diamond Ridge would be an all-encompassing school with, Amy, the principal. Then we'd have Bart mainly overseeing the adult at Diamond Ridge, And this new person overseeing the online program and over there as well. This proposal, we're looking at around around 10 FTEs or a couple classified positions there as well. That's a big, that's the big one we had tonight, so. Maybe I'll just get through, I got 2 more slides.
Wait, before you go on. So on here it says Canyons District Online has 12, so we're only saving 2 FTE by doing that?
Saving 10, still have 2. And then, have 2. Saving 10. Now, keep in mind, we have to move things around. As you look at the total FTEs, the whole district, this saves us that way.
Yeah, I'm confused, okay.
We still need to make other cuts to get our estimate.
This first round, we're trying to get to 25, this first go around and then get the,
You anticipate the cuts will come through attrition?
We won't
oh,
You've got quite a few people that retire from the district every year.
Yeah, we hired 25 teachers every year. And then lots of other ESP positions.
I just add to, well, keep going, Leon.
Yeah, so this is just moving away from Canyons Online now. A couple other things, as I mentioned earlier, we do think we'll have some one-time ESSER funds left over, about $2 million. We'd like to use, as we mentioned, about $1 million of that on some capital. Back, I think it was in August, you had Gretchen come and talk about the media centers at the elementaries. We'd like to try to update each of those. We've updated Proving on Glacier Hill that give about each elementary about $40,000 to get their materials. You know, there's that exemplary, emerging and exemplary status we like to get up to make sure we're emerging or exemplary.
So we would be close to updating all of our elementary schools, right?
We'd be close to that exemplary model at all. Can't say we'd get that everyone close. Yeah. In the future, we're gonna look at all support divisions in the district office, both certified and ESPs as we move forward in this budget discussion. Again, this is a several month discussion. We're gonna look at reducing some non-personnel costs such as supplies, media books, equipment like that. And then, I see, hopefully everybody's done eating. Doesn't throw anything at me. But, I think we've said this, we've always said in the past, when you go certified tax rate, we all know it doesn't have an inflationary factor in it. So we live off the same money for the last 4 years. So our last tax increase was 4 years ago, 2019. I'm not saying you should, but I think you need to look at moving forward that, bringing in more revenue with that. So I'll leave it at that. We'll have more discussion on that, but it's something that we have to put out there. Because we know where inflation has gone and we know where our last tax increase was. There's also the chance, we'll have to follow the legislature's session on HB 293. It sunsets this year. We're interested to see where the state sets that basically. Is there a chance we could capitalize on that to not really have a net tax increase for our citizens based on where that goes moving forward. So we'll watch that. With that, maybe Rick.
Yeah, I just, so tonight's the first night that many of our employees have heard this. And it's tough. And tomorrow we'll be meeting with our online teachers. And I think the important here to understand is that, and we've talked about this for a while, that this day would come. I think it's important to recognize the work that all of our teachers and staff in Canyons Online put forward over the last 2.5 years. And we're definitely still committed to the vision of choice and personalized learning for students that seek that option. But we just have to be there in how we make these decisions, and we need to be a little bit more nimble. I think this convergence with Diamond Ridge, it's seamless. It really fits well with the mission at Diamond Ridge and creating choice for students. But as you saw with the enrollment numbers, it just does not justify those regular FTE. And we knew that going in. I think we gave it every opportunity to succeed, and it still will succeed. And during that time, if you remember at the start of the pandemic, where we were when it came to providing those supports to our students compared to now, you know, if you read the emails that we get from parents that have had their kids in our online program, the benefit and the service that that's provided, I think, you know, it has been a tremendous asset to the district. But having said that, and last year we met with our online teachers and explained that, you know, this could be potentially a situation that we could be faced with. So I don't think it's anything new, but I just think, you know, recognizing the kind of the gravity of this discussion tonight, neither Leon and I wanted to have this, you know, presentation, but it's something that we just are going to have to work through. And we've talked with cabinet, our directors and our principals. I think, you know, they all know that there's other discussions and other contractions that need to take place. I think it's also important. One critical piece in Leon's presentation is staying away from straight line cuts. We are really committed to trying to be as equitable in how we allocate funds to our schools and meeting their needs. So it's not just a straight line percent or number, but recognizing that different schools and different communities have different needs, and we want to try to honor that. Is that a perfect approach? Probably not. I don't think anyone has the answer, I guess, with that much clarity when it comes to, you know, how we address ESSERs. And, you know, when you look at not just online, but you also look at all of the other FTE that are in there, nurses, social workers, teachers. I mean, none of these needs have decreased, right? In fact, they've probably increased. We just heard a presentation about behavior and what we're doing with tier 1 life skill supports. And yet here we are, you know, talking about how to contract the budget. So we're kind of in this contradictory, you know, space, but it's not without thought, and it's not without careful articulation about, well, people's needs and how we approach it with care. So it certainly weighs on us, and I know it does you, but I think it's important just to get that out there as people start to try to wrap their head around what this all means. So questions?
I think there's a couple of comments, Mrs. Oaks, Mrs. Nybar, Mr. Wrigley, Mr. Miller.
So I know this is a hard conversation, but I do silver lining this, that I appreciate the long runway and discussion way ahead of time before the cliff. I mean, I have a friend who is a board member in California, surrounded by districts that have become insolvent and have had to bankruptcy. So I really appreciate that we have people at the helm that are anticipating and looking at that, because that would be even worse than having to let certain people go, to lose the whole thing, right? So my question is more specific to how does, you know, in anticipation of our conversation we're going to have about enrollment and trying to pull in homeschoolers or have them at least partially enrolled, how does this work for some of those kids, particularly, well, probably at every level, to be able to still utilize that option and interact with our district and be partially enrolled?
I think this does give us room to repurpose what that might look like, Amanda. That's a really good question. You know, at the beginning of the pandemic, remember, we had parent-led option, and essentially, and at that time, there was almost 700 students that took advantage of that choice. And then when we came out of the pandemic, we removed that option because it was more of a crisis response. But, you know, thinking ahead and thinking forward, as we redesign this, I think that is definitely something that might be in play. I don't know if that looks like learning pods, or we go back to providing curriculum support to parents that want to homeschool and still take advantage. The issues at the time and still are participation in tests, right? Because there's federal and state requirements for those students to participate. We really struggled in that environment. But I think as far as what we could do as a strategy to attract, I mean, already in our communications department, we're already doing a lot more outreach to homeschool parents to keep them, you know, a lot more involved and closer to the district so that they're very aware of what their options are. But I think in this redesign, you know, that might be something that we look at. And maybe there's a way to package that it makes sense for those students to enroll with us so we can capture WPU, provide them great curriculum and support, and hopefully, you know, they end up graduating with us or whatever their choice is.
So I would love to see, you know, I know this is all gonna be housed at Diamond Ridge. They would have their own assistant principal. I mean, I would love for there to be kind of a one-stop place for a parent who has a homeschooling child or is looking at different options, that they can contact them and say, what are my options? And they have a central location that can lay it out. Like, one of the things I shared with you is a lot of kids that take music lessons privately in the state, they go through Washington School District. Like they capture part of that FTE and they have an ed release period that our district provides, that Washington School District oversees that and has certain criteria that their private teacher has to fill out and make sure that they're performing or that they're practicing a certain amount, and then they get credit for it. There's no reason that our district can't do something similar and allow those types of flexibilities, right? So I would love to see us kind of fine tune and hone in on some of that. I think it would really benefit our students at large.
Part of so one of the thoughts as well that we talked about just in kind of I guess a philosophical approach in moving back to a program from a standalone school that we first went to is just that to keep students more connected to their neighborhood schools. And as a program, then the school is still responsible for that student as far as counseling and providing some services. And so I hope that kind of that vision takes place, that they do stay connected to their neighborhood schools. And if they choose to dual enroll or split enroll, that we can, you know, that we can create some opportunities there versus the way we have it right now in K-8 is it's a standalone.
Well, and I honestly think, sorry, and I know this is the cart first before we talked about enrollment, but having lived in that world that we're talking about, I think that it is, the onus has always been on the parent to try and figure out how to forge a path forward to actually create something that is uniquely suited to that student. I would love for us to be able to have like a menu of options.
You'll see that in Kirkland's
That's awesome. I think
the work they've done is just it's awesome.
I think it's, long story short, I think that there's a potential opportunity here. I know it's not the ideal for a lot of the teachers who would like to continue to teach online, but I also see there are some silver linings here, so.
Thank you. This is Nybauer, then Mr. Wrigley, then Mr. Milleberg.
So we've gotten some emails here in the last day or two regarding this. I've read through them and really some really neat experiences shared as far as their children's experiences with Canyons Online. How many kids do we have enrolled in Canyons Online right now? K through 8.
You don't have the numbers.
62.
2 to 5.
You said it, but write it down. K5 is 62, right? Because and then middle school is, because we're looking at changing it through 8. Okay, yeah, go back to that. Okay, thanks. Okay, so the total number of kids impacted would be the 113 plus the 62.
Well, they'll still have an
175.
option for online.
Oh, I know, but we're changing it a little bit because we're getting rid of 10 FTE, right? So what?
Regular teachers that they've been enrolled with, we would absorb, and they would take adjunct courses online with our middle school teachers.
Right. So if I'm a middle school English teacher, then I become an adjunct.
If you want,
If I want to, if I sign up for it, and then I get paid an extra like FTE for it.
I don't know
Some
what
of those
percentage is.
Stipend.
It's a stipend. Okay, so we're going from dedicated teachers on, I just want to be really clear. So we're going from dedicated teachers online to a teacher that's teaching in the classroom and then is also an adjunct teacher to that online. Okay, So then what is the proposed ratio? Is it gonna be the same? It's just their adjunct instead of just dedicated to online? Or is the ratio gonna change teacher to student? You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Okay, so I love the idea of it being a program of the school because I do think that is such a draw is for these kids to still be part of the community school.
But their teacher
Neighborhood.
may not be from their middle school. If they choose an online course, it's whatever adjunct teacher that we have for that course is who they
Okay.
would.
So
It'll be asynchronous, not live.
I know it won't be live, but it won't be necessarily to their neighborhood school either. Okay, so then
They could take courses from their.
they can blend, they can do 2 in person and which,
one online.
yes, which, okay. So that's great. When we're talking about it being a program, when you talked about that and that link to the neighborhood school, I was thinking, well, a silver lining that would be really cool is if the adjunct teacher actually belongs to their neighborhood school.
There's just no way.
There's no way we can do it because of numbers. Okay, so then also, my other question is, how does that change the ratio from what we have now, teacher to student, or does it not change it?
What do our-
Many students,
Because I know, we're just kind of changing the role. Instead of dedicated online teacher, it's a live teacher that also does this on the side. I get that. But is it going to change the ratio at all of teacher to student? No, it'll stay the same.
What do you mean by change the ratio? Is it going to change from the in-person and what we have in the full online program? Yes, it'll look more, I'm assuming, similar to our high school program. So right now,
Yeah.
depending on the course and with our high school program, students can enroll in multiple courses at a time,
Right.
in person and through the online program. So the teachers are paid a base rate right now, I believe, for their course for the per quarter. And then they get a little extra student. There's a range of students.
Uh-huh.
They get a certain block of money for it. They teach more than that, then they get more, and they get a little bonus for the completion rate.
What's our adjunct course numbers, like 30 to 50?
And sometimes even more for high school.
Depending on what it is.
High enrollment.
Okay. Okay, so then just where I'm getting with that is my question is, when they're younger children, like the K-5, how important that is, that relationship with the teacher, and how will that change as far as?
So right now, that ratio is super low. That's what
It
I'm saying.
It's crazy,
but
right?
It's so much lower than what our in-person
Right.
ratio is the, my opinion, it's not justifiable.
I agree with that.
And we tried to hold that for 2 years to.
When we first looked at this in board meeting, that was my major concern, is how many kids are gonna enroll, is it worth the, so it's hard because we've done it and now we're taking it away, so I'm reading these parent emails and I'm like, dang, you know.
Well,
That is a big-
I'm grateful for that, Holly, because when we first started into the pandemic, the emails were not nice. They were the opposite.
I know, because, yeah, we were
So,
just reacting.
program-
to it.
I mean, they're amazing. It's true. Like the work that they've done over
It's
the last
amazing.
2 years has been, and it'll continue. I think it'll continue to be that. It's just, we've got 50 plus FTEs in ESSER funds that
Yeah.
we have to go back to pre-pandemic.
And when we only
Level.
have 5 and 7 and 8, I mean, that's such a small number.
on what she's thinking, couldn't the teachers who are teaching the online become a kindergarten teacher? And could they not then become also the adjunct for maybe those 5 kindergarten teachers that they chose to be, or for first grade? Or after school?
We could consider, we could consider maybe an adjunct role for elementary. I'm not as familiar with if we've ever had adjuncts at that level.
It'd be pretty challenging. I mean, there may be some
Challenging.
who are willing, but again,
I'm just thinking of the ones who already know the program and they've already been doing the program. And so if they want to go back to the classroom, then they go back to the classroom and they're working there and they know how to do it. They might, I don't know. I was just,
That's good feedback.
That actually, great idea.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, we have Mr. Wrigley, then Mr. Millerberg, and I just want to remind the board that this is just an initial look, just so that we and the public have an idea of what the administration is working on, and we'll probably spend a great deal of time on this in the first few months of next.
This is just the initial
Sure.
out of the gate. Let's
So
look.
there's no formal proposal. This isn't a first reading that the board is taking under advisement at this point. It's just a first look at this. So Mr. Wrigley and Mr. Millerberg, and then if the board's okay, I'd like to move on. We still have a couple other items.
Okay, so a little discouraged. We will be talking about how we're slowly dying as a district because we were not having people come in. This I've always thought would be a possible way to bring competition. We're basically now handing the competition for online back to online, so we're not going to provide any competition. Because if we don't have a real good program compared to what they are online already, we won't compete with them. We may have something, so
I think you'll see though in the enrollment demographics, that's not where the loss is. I mean, it's a different, I'll wait for Kirsten to present that, but.
yeah, but I mean, but one of the, I know the loss isn't there, but we need to draw kids into our district. This, for example, and there's only two ways to do it. One is to go more innovative programs, which we started talking about, so that we can compete against our charter schools, our private schools, because they're sucking people away. And then the online was the other one to get, because we're not going to be getting in by birth rate more kids in our district for who knows how long, because of all the issues. So that was one of the legs of the three-legged stool traditional. All the new programs you're putting in that. So I'm sort of concerned about that and drinking that up. I mean, for example, the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, it would be feasible maybe to do the same thing and attach them to eSpot. And to have an online school, have that their school, just like we do the DLI programs and stuff, that would be their program. They could take concurrent enrollment classes there and get this program going higher in that particular. So we'd have, that would be our online 6th, 7th, and 8th grade program. And parents could then take them for student classes or whatever. And have those and have the adjunct as teachers just in that school, or maybe even have it where we actually have the kids attend the actual class, but online, and then have some stuff afterward. So, I mean, so that's why I'm sort of concerned about that. So I wanted to have something that's sort of innovative that might be able to draw kids in from the online program so we get more people in. We have our biggest cash cow on FTEs is DLI. DLI is full. We can't get any more people into our district because of it, because it'll cost us more money than we could to add DLI. We haven't looked at any of the DLI programs, for example, and I know they're killed, but Fringe or whatever, and the cost effectiveness of putting that program. So the other programs that we're looking at that we have in the district, are we looking at any of those to say, are they future driven that we can get more kids in versus that? So
I think in long range planning, Steve, those of you that were in our meeting with Alan Matheson and the point, I think a repurpose and a redesign with CTEC, and along those lines, what we do with the property at the point, the elementary potentially in West Draper, property at Jordan High, I think there's some opportunities there. Crescent, Eastmont, there's just a lot of pieces to that puzzle, but I think that's a space that really needs an upgrade in curb appeal and what we can offer and do to be innovative to partner with industry and what's coming. And so to me, I think there's a great opportunity, but probably it's not for tonight.
I was just thinking though, but Eastmont, if they got 113 kids, we'd be almost what up they are with Mount Jordan. So it's very possible to make them then have those kids assigned to that school, have them attend some of the classrooms, allow them to have more electives now because there's more kids going there, and some other thing is make that an online program that people go through across the district. And we might solve two things as far as the enrollment numbers that these want, but also offer something really unique that people can around the area. If you went online, you could be actually at a middle school, sort of like little immersion programs where you have to go around. So anyway, just something to think about that rather than totally get rid of 113 kids that are needed at Eastmont pretty bad.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
There's an old saying that desperate people do desperate stuff. And if you go back, we were desperate people when we started into the online, about a week's notice.
Week's notice, it was like a night's notice. Thursday,
I'm being generous with a week's notice.
weekend. By the way, Friday, by the way, you are going to be online on Monday.
And, you know, I have to compliment those that were involved in that pivot to go online. Saturday, I had the opportunity of listening to Dr. Sidney Dixon speak. And she talked about Utah as a whole, where we had a dip in education in Utah. Nationally, we had a dive.
Yeah.
And I believe firmly that our ability to provide educational opportunities for kids in the middle of the pandemic helped keep it at a dip level instead of a dive level. To me, the real positive I'm hearing out of this is our current employees will most likely have continued employment.
That's the plan.
And that to me is the absolute most important part of what has to happen. Steve, you mentioned our decreasing enrollment. You take decreasing enrollment and come back to Leon's fiscal cliff.
Discuss, Steve.
And I very much appreciate that you're looking to take care of our current employees. I very much appreciate that you're giving us plenty of lead time as we look at that. And so I appreciate a lot that you're working on it now, not in a year from now. Thanks.
Sorry, thank you. Anything else on this item? I think it's good preview. And there's a lot of work to do, done a lot of work already, but if that one idea is saving 10, there's 48 more to go, right?
Kind of feels like Friday the 13th pre-Halloween movie we're watching.
Yeah, so we will be prepared to have additional work and discussion on them. Okay, next item is the discussion for enrollment and next step. And then board, if you're okay, I think because of time, we'll need to move the draft legislative priorities to be discussed. If we run out of time here, but I don't want to shortchange this next discussion because I think it does provide some very important information for our discussions on these other matters. So I will turn the time over now for the enrollment discussion and next steps to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department.
Actually, that last conversation kind of dovetails really nicely in a lot of what we are going to be presenting today. It's part of the strategic enrollment initiative, outreach and marketing that we have undertaken in the past couple months. And we've done so with Dr. Robbins' blessing, but he's pushing us to do so because we really do need to address a lot of these issues. And my colleague Kirsten really has been spearheading this initiative within the Office of Communications.
Thanks. Thank you, President Teague, members of the board. So we're going to share some enrollment numbers today. Introductions and a little bit about the strategic enrollment initiative. I want to start just by saying maybe one of the most important things to understand is that projections are not predictions for the future, right? They're only going to hold true if what the trends that underpin them continue, right? So we're hoping to maybe shape our future a little bit. The other thing I want you all to know is that the lengthier version of our PowerPoint is not what we're going to be going through today. We're just going to come on high notes and save us some time. But we did want to give you time to kind of digest that information because it is a lot to digest. So if you have any questions at the time, and we're here to help. The other thing I wanted to make clear is before we dig into the data, everything that we're going to share tonight is really a collaborative team effort. It has involved like everyone from principal, school, almost everyone on the academic team, including Hal Sanderson, our research and assessment director, who performed some analysis of some of these data findings. And then our TA department, they have a role in a lot of our back-end functions, as you know, including registration and enrollment, right? They pretty much manage that. And then we actually have another person who is a true gem. He's with us. I asked him to join us here tonight. Rick Sheese, if you haven't met, is really our in-house demographer. He uses his expertise with GIS and mapping software to be able to kind of keep us on track with the headwinds that we face with demographics. There aren't many districts that actually have something like Rick working for them. So I brought him in case you have technical questions that we can't answer. And then finally, I wanted to introduce Janelle Myrick, who's our web manager. We have some ideas for the redesign of our homepage that we want to showcase toward the end of this presentation. I actually wanted to hear if you had any questions about that.
Yeah, we would not be in a good place if Rick got hit by a bus. He is invaluable to us, not just as a district, but with the strategic enrollment initiative. Now, something we talked about in a recent board meeting is pretty much the unthinkable in Canyon School District and in Utah. Our birth rate is going down. And it's dipped to the place where we're not raising ourselves. So in other words, we're just not having enough babies to replace ourselves. And that is affecting our enrollment. And we're going to go into a deeper dive of what exactly that means for Canyon School District. And to note though, this is not just a trend here in Utah, this is a national trend. And our birth rate still exceeds the national average, but you can see that it does not follow our traditional trajectory. Now, this is the historical data that we have gathered for you from 2010 to today. And you can see that in the zip codes that cover Canyon School District, our birth rate is going down. And we just have to take that into consideration as we look at long-range planning, as we look at our programs, our schools, our boundaries, and of course, the total overall number of students who attend Canyon School District.
So what Jeff was talking about, those are historical numbers. Now this is a projection. You have some more detailed projection data. But so since our enrollment, so basically we are living what demographers have said we were going to face for many years. We're living it now. So we're already starting to see enrollment declines. They've dropped about an average of 1.4% per year since our high of enrollment of 34,000. The declines are most pronounced in K2. And you can see there that this is all based on October 1 counts. The dark blue is obviously the current year. So you can see kind of what the projections say where we're headed if these separate was true. We've been digging a little bit deeper to kind of understand like sort of the forces behind this. How many are kind of transitory and how many are kind of longer term, like slower moving demographic forces. So one of the questions we wanted to know was what did the pandemic, what kind of effect did that have? And so what we know about that is during the pandemic, during the height of the pandemic, we saw declines in enrollment in almost all of our grades. Since then though, enrollment has rebounded to varying degrees in all of our grades except for K through 2. And the declines in those grades have gotten steeper than the 1.4% that I just cited for you as an average district. So that's our baby bust, which will move through the elementary schools, the middle schools, and then of course the high schools. So as a result of that, all of the 3 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 3 of our high schools are predicted for enrollment declines in the next 5 years.
So another thing that Rick takes a look at when he maps our enrollment projections is housing. And you know that we're not talking about housing stock in Canyon School District during the presentation on the CAFR. And what Rick Sheets does is he takes all of the information that he gathers from our cities and he loads that information into software. And then that software then spits us out a projected student yield for the housing in all of the areas in Canada. Now, we all know that not all housing is created equal. Not all school districts are created equal when you're thinking about housing. Canyon School District is pretty landlocked. And we're also largely developed out. So we don't have a heck of a lot of place in our district where we're looking at massive new developments. So that is one thing that we do have to take into consideration. Also, we take into consideration, as Leon mentioned, the housing prices and the gentrification. That in just 1 year, the price of a house in the Canyon School District has gone up 36%. In 2021, it was 497,000, and it went up to, remind me, 649,000. That was just 1 year. And that makes it incredibly challenging for families with young children who would be going into kindergarten, first, second, and third grades to be able to move into a Canyon School District. That's what we're finding. We're also seeing that of the developments that are coming into Canyon School District, they are either the single family detached, which is a townhome or an apartment. They're not a heck of a lot planned for the single family detached. You can see here the mathematical formula that we use to identify what the projection would be of a student count given the number of units that are being built. For example, with just a single family detached dwelling, that would obviously be a single family home. So we would project the 0.781 students coming out of that home. It decreases when you look at apartments or townhomes. That's how we calculate projections based on what we get from our cities and what they think is going to be built in our areas. That's how we look at the housing and how we project what we could be seeing. Now, I do want to note that in the next 5 years, we have nearly 2,000 housing units planned in Canyon School District that could bring in a projected 518 students. That does not count the students that could come to us at the development.
And I know that we're working on kind of refining the data gathering for that. Susan's working on that with Rick, just to see like, are the development, I mean, just making sure that we sort of like come through everything, make sure we're capturing. So what do we do about this? We can't force people to have their babies. But you know, we are banking on those millennials. And there are factors that we can control. So we can improve our capture rate, like we can improve the capture the enrollment of the students who live in our boundaries. I've included in your folders a capture rate analysis that Rick performed, and if you have plans about that, you can know perhaps they will do that. But we can also attract more students to our schools from outside the district schools, and then we can retain the students. We have a really good track record, by the way, on all of those fronts. But we've sort of been asking, like, well, based on what we know about these trends, you know, we've always used this data to sort of like inform hiring and facility needs and school boundary decisions. But now we're additionally asking, okay, well, what does this mean for our academic programs? Or how should they be reshaped potentially or expanded, right? How can we better pair students with the programs that we do have so that they can succeed? We know that they can succeed. Or how do we give, you know, just every parent and student in this district an exceptional experience and make sure that, you know, our homeschooling families, our grandparents, everyone is feeling a part of the Kansas district family. So that's kind of where we're headed.
So toward the end of answering some of these questions, we have put together a strategic enrollment committee of administrators, and we have been doing a lot of data gathering, as you can see. And this is going to inform how we want to approach targeted outreach, targeted marketing. Now, we've heard from members of the board just in the small snippets of conversation that it will do us well to reach out to those folks in our community who perhaps are homeschooling or perhaps have gone to another school district or perhaps have gone to a charter school. And so we are looking at this data to identify how we can target message and perhaps attract students back to Canyon School District. And one of the first things that we looked at was transfers to Canyons from other school districts. Now, that's specifically looked at the students who are leaving us who live in the Canyon School District and go to other school districts. So what we found though is that folks are choosing us. And that's really good to know. And we are losing fewer students. Transfers from Canyon School District to other districts has declined 72% in recent years. So we are closing the gap. We are reaching out to those students. We are creating programs that are attracting those kids to Canyon School District.
Also, no. So we're also tracking public and private school, public and private school enrollment. So charter schools, as you all know, have been growing in number, right? We're now statewide. And we know that charter school enrollment was up since, pretty significantly since 2016, but really since 2018, they're sort of flat, right? They've been up and down. This is taking into consideration, I think, the fact that they have expanded, there are more of them. But I think the point I'm trying to make is they're facing the same demographic headwinds that we are, right? And so are the private schools. Private schools are not required to report their enrollment. So we don't have a real good handle on the counting of that. Because we hear anecdotal things. I think the superintendent of the Catholic Diocese, some of the schools owned by the Catholic Diocese in Salt Lake, was quoted in the Deseret News as saying that they had seen enrollment rebound this year by a couple percentage points after seeing kind of a steady decline leading up into the pandemic. So I know what that means. It's just an N of one, but we'll definitely be sort of digging into that further. But I think, I think the other take home from this is school choice matters. And we know it matters even in Canyon's district. We know 23% of the students that we serve are on a permit. Most of them are permitting within Canyon's the school of their choice. We also, as Jeff had just mentioned, are accepting a lot of schools from outside the district. So, and we're not afraid of that. We're not afraid of competition. Canyon's has never been afraid of competition. And so we just want to make sure that we're serving people in a way that we can help them make the best choices for their students. So.
And Dr. McGill knows this probably better than any other high school principal. We had a few programs that were attracting more than 500 students to out to high school every year. Marching band, Step to You, a couple other programs. I know that when Wendy also was the principal of Jordan, they actually had a lot of students who were transferring in from other locations. We are seeing that students will choose us. And one of the things that we also found when we did the data dive is that when people are here, they like us. We do surveys of our community and we ask them a lot of questions about the experiences they have in Canyon School District, ranking us on a scale of 1 to 4, on a Likert scale. You'll see here how we rank for our average elementary school, middle school, and high school. So on a scale of 1 to 4, you can see where we can rank. We get questions such as, I feel welcome at my child's school, or that staff members, teachers, administrators, office staff are respectful toward parents. All of those, you can see how we rank. You'll find that when parents come to Canyons and they have an experience, it's good. So if we can get them in the door, our experience tells us and our data tells us that for the most part, they like what they get.
That being said, of course, we want to understand why families are choosing something besides Canyon. So we've done a lot of surveying. This survey was of 298 of our homeschool families. These are people for whom we have a homeschool affidavit on file. This is not the universe of our homeschool families for this year. These are just the ones that we had reliable contact information for. We had a 20% response rate. And so a couple of key take homes, I think, on this are, one, 27% of those families didn't know that they could have a blended learning experience where they enroll in their neighborhood school part-time. And when we asked if you could take advantage of a blended learning experience, would you consider any of the following? And yes, they absolutely said athletics programs interest them, arts programs, science and technology courses. You were talking about online courses earlier. And we see this. We know this already from our high school transfers enrollment. We get a lot of dual enrollments at the high school level. But we also have been trying to engage the homeschooling families a little bit earlier on too. So we know we have more homeschoolers at the earlier level, in the K-5. So, as we talked about before, we've added them to our mailing list, so we're gonna figure out a way to build, communication to them through, Parent Square as well, so that, they can take advantage of like the different programs and activities that schools are having, and that schools are communicating with them, letting them know, hey, I'm fine. And then of course, a good 40% was consider enrolling in a neighborhood school in the future. So I think that's good news about the Patron.
So we also asked some of the same questions of Canyons District boundary students who are enrolled in charter schools or other school districts, and there was a smaller response rate with the field. And again, that was limited because we didn't have a very robust database from which to pull to gather the information and do the data. But what really stands out from the survey is what appealed to them. Now, mostly school climate, the school's reputation, classroom sizes. So a good number of the families, we can infer from that they are shopping. They're shopping for what's best for their family. And they are looking at academic programs. And of course, convenience always does play a role. So there is that neighborhood school factor we have to take into consideration, or if the school is close to where a parent works. Now, I'm going to tell you this because you're probably already doing the math in your head. That obviously is more than 100%. We ask them to click all that apply.
So interestingly, when we asked and or explored why people come to us, we saw a lot of the same kinds of responses, right? So when people permit to transfer into Canyons, they're asked to fill out an open-ended box that says why they want to go to X, Y, Z school. And so House Anderson performed a text analysis of all of those responses dating back from 2018 to 2022. So it's almost 9,000 responses. And you can see, I mean, it's pretty even. You know, people want convenience. They want to feel connected to their community. So you see a lot of folks decisions based on, oh, my relative there, or my sibling went there, or my child's sibling went there. Location, we know there are groups of people who, for example, permit maybe out of the district or in the district and they work here, and it's more convenient for them. They can actually easily transport their student. And then, of course, school reputation is a biggie. And academics and the feelings of the students who are achieving in our schools. And a lot of our market programs, dual immersion, SALTA, our honors programs came up as opportunities that families wanted to take advantage of. And of course, the International Baccalaureate program at Hillcrest High. So we know, again, to Jeff's point, that people are shopping and they're finding what they want from us.
Which is also a way for us to segue into, if they are shopping, we need to let them know what we have. If they are shopping, we need to let them know exactly who we are. That's the reason why we have launched our strategic enrollment initiative. And we are basing this in a lot of outreach effort and a lot of marketing effort. So you'll see here that some of the things that we can use is the next steps. We've done a lot of data gathering, but we're also looking at how we can automate exit and surveys. We've done these low-hanging fruit that why we just didn't do this before. We just didn't think about it. But we've added homeschoolers to the mailing and the parents' web lists. So we want to look at how we can streamline the back-to-school registration, the permitting process, student onboarding. We've done a customer service training already with our folks here, kind of to prime our people here with the idea that when people call us, how can we best help them get their child into a Canyons District school? Also, looking at our school capacity numbers, also refining the process for tracking new housing developments and identifying how we can target and market new people who are coming to Canyons School District. A good example, when somebody goes to a city and says, hey, I'm going to buy that house, the city then hands over a packet. Here's how you enroll in Canyons School District. So that, or to go to all of our real estate agents and our brokers and say, if anybody is looking at a house in the Canyons School District, here's information. So when you're showing the house, here's how you can advise your clients on coming to the Canyons School District. We're starting work on video showcases of all of our schools, particularly our new facilities, which is a huge selling point. Creating talking points and school marketing kits for every school. Or so if somebody comes in off the street and says, I just moved in, I'm wondering about how to get my kid into school, they automatically know how to sell the school. Gathering post-secondary education data in the area. Also creating marketing plans for our marquee programs, the ones that data tells us are drawing people to the Canyon School District. The other thing that we've been focusing on is a redesign of how we look in online and print communications. Janelle Myrick is here. We introduced her a little bit earlier. We are actively putting together a new website that will streamline the process for people to be able to come to Canyon School District and automatically know how to register. And then also it's more intuitive on how to find information about Canyons and promote in a more data-driven way and a visual way what we stand for and the best parts about being in Canyon School District.
Yeah, so just point on the data-driven, this is a little bit of a timeline of kind of where we're headed, and I know I've said this before, but it is a marathon and not a sprint, right? This is not like a one-year initiative. I think this will be something that we continue and build upon like year after year. So this timeline's, you know, it's a little squishy, but I shouldn't say squishy, it's just that it's flexible. It's flexible. So we talked about the data gathering phase, and even as Jeff mentioned, even during the data gathering, we're still communicating about our programs. We're still marketing our programs. We spent no small amount of time marketing dual immersion and deployed some strategies, some new strategies, and we're kind of test piloting those to see how they work before we kind of build out a bigger plan to be launched a little bit later. Before that, though, we've got the development phase, which we're kind of in now, which we're asking, all right, how can we better target our messaging, right? And we know that, you know, when we're telling people enroll in our schools, how, you know, who are we telling to enroll in our schools? Are we telling everybody to enroll in schools? We're going to target that messaging to people that we know are kind of more likely to consider our schools. How do we find and target people who aren't a captive audience that are messaging already, young families, and how do we find them at the moment they're trying to make that decision about where to enroll in preschool or kindergarten? So we're going to be similar to what we did in 2017 with the informational push with our bond. We'll deploy all kinds of messaging strategies and platforms that we have now. So again, we're looking at targeting, who do you want to target the message to? What messages do we want to target to those individuals? And then of course, what mediums to reach. So we've got lots of things at our disposal that we've used in the past: CSD newsletter, postcards, district events, or social media platforms. But then we're going to be looking at some new strategies as well. So for example, maybe an online ad. When people are searching for Utah's top ranked schools, I want to be right there on that U.S. News and World Report page where they're seeing the rankings, right? So, and then of course, we're doing more with streaming with Justin Anderson, spearheading that initiative. And so that's just another way of reaching, you know, through TV, basically, people who maybe grandparents who are helping their kids and their grandchildren make a decision about what to do with their K-12 careers. So, so after the marketing and outreach phase, we'll be kind of in an analysis phase where it's sort of just examine how what we've done like worked or not worked, and make adjustments as we see fit. So, and the other point I want to make about that is, as I said earlier, the projections are not predictions. So I'm kind of looking at those as really kind of a baseline, right? So we'll know we're retaining an extra 100 students, or we recruit an extra 100 students, then we'll know that we're making progress, and then we'll have to adjust next year's projections accordingly. So, and then go ahead and showcase our website.
So you can see here, and I got a note from Amber Schill saying, thank you so much for that fantastic photo. On the cover of the new Canyons District website. We are going to be tuning programs in our online and so that when you come to us, you see a very sophisticated, streamlined tone and texture, plus to focus on the items that we have a strategic focus on in our strategic plan and what our mission and our vision are. You'll see here that we're focusing on, we'll change up the navigation bar and then also click right there for the missions. and then streamline that process. If you wanna know more about our schools and facilities, it's right there. And then, of course, our faculty and staff. But this also will go dovetail into how we send out information in postcards, our quarterly magazine, our monthly magazine, our annual report, all across canyons that is sent to all taxpayers. So when you pick up a mailing or you look at our website or even our social media feeds, they all have the same look. This is us branding ourselves as what we want to be based on all of the information gathered from our community during our strategic plan process, coupled with the information we have in our data process with our strategic enrollment initiative.
Just so you know, this is right, and it's actually a video showcase that like shows all kinds of things. We love Brighton.
I know that Amber would love just right.
Didn't see the video.
But you'll know also just, and TSD TV, which does play a huge role in our communication plan, which is for strategic communications for a strategic plan, but also overall, we have been gathering a lot of video. We'll continue to do so. With a showcase on our website, we will see also a new way of identifying.
Right there on the longer view of the news font, and that will be below. So this is us rolling through, as if you were like scrolling through the. The other thing I wanted to mention, because somebody we're going now to do is sort of build in better ways through our website to track the effectiveness of our plan. So it will just have lower, so we can understand our control rates. That's what they call it. And so as we scroll down,
You'll see that we are really highlighting all of what we stand for, things that we have done and done well. Things here like we do have the number one, we have the $44 million in college scholarship offers last year, 57 state championships in 1 year, 20 National Honor Scholars semifinalists this year. We always have these small, fun numbers. I guess 44 million is not a small number, but it sure is a fun one, isn't it? That's why we should put it out there in a way that is easy for people to digest. So when they come to us, they immediately think, that's what they stand for. That's what they've achieved. I want it to go there.
and of course, we'll be focusing on our schools and programs, and that's why we're here, our academics and our curriculum. So we envision that being, sort of like entry points into sort of just different interests that families have, whether that's arts and athletics or science and technology. And then we'll go with that. But we also envision this could actually also like showcase some of our curriculum approval process that we talked about, getting that upfront also as well. There's search function.
Yeah, and you'll see that this is very, very heavy on photographs of our students and our facilities. So when you come to the Canyons District website and in all of our publications, I'll be honest, it's easier to use clip art. It's easier to use just a small graphic. It takes a lot more planning and staff thinking and time to actually go and get really good photographs of our events. But that's what we stand for. That's how we get people interested in coming to us when they see our students engaged in achievement.
And then of course, this is near the bottom there, toward, before we get to the footer, we've got, of course, our strategic plan and our mission and business statement. This we envision as being interactive, and we'll link to a landing page that Jeff has talked about that we're building that will just to be a nice sort of like solid showcase of not only the strategic plan, right, and our why and our how, but like steps that we're taking to see it to fruition. So the metrics and data that we'll be using to measure.
Thanks to Janelle, we are doing a lot of dynamic pieces here. Buttons that go to great narratives that are heavy on art, that also tell us a lot through our analytics of what people are going to on our website. And then of course, tracking how people are coming to us. If we send a postcard out, we need to know if those people are getting there from QR code, how many people, and then of course, what that results in. Did it result in somebody coming to the Canyon School District? So it's not just gonna look great, if you will, and Chanel's done phenomenal, but it's also gonna give us a lot of insight.
So yeah, and that's just the footer, which is just gonna be moving the copy for the day.
Still waiting on some certificates.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I know there'll be more that would, we can probably discuss it, through long range planning and get happy as we kind of really sort of zero in on our recruitment retention, our marketing outreach plan, share that with.
So we hear from the board often that we have to tell our story, and we see the story. The story is told in numbers. The story is told in them. We do need to focus, target focus, the people who not only live here, but people outside of our district to have them see what we've done in school. We have amazing programs, amazing teachers, fantastic schools. We need to tell that story and then target message them so that they come to us.
Great, thank you so much. This is exciting. Because we're short on time, let's make a couple of quick comments, but I just maybe presume that it's okay if board members have specific suggestions or questions about any of this, that they can contact you directly. All right, a couple of quick ones, Mrs. Oaks, Mrs. Steinbar.
I love where this is going, and what it reminds me of is how colleges have been trying to recruit my last 2 years of seniors. We get a lot of college mail in our house. Go look up Vanderbilt's like recruiting stuff. Gorgeous. It's unbelievable. Right, they are. So, I mean, I think we've always taken for granted that we'll just assume that the neighborhood kids come to our schools, but like approaching it the way that the universities have had to for the last, 10 plus years, I think it's really smart. It's a great way.
So interesting you say that, Kirsten, and I actually went and picked the brains of the University of Utah office of strategic enrollment and asked them, what do y'all do? And how can we mimic that? And so we are looking into that, and that's how we've kind of approached it from day.
Mrs. Steinbar?
I love the website. I think it's amazing. I love those numbers that you had. I think it would be amazing if at the very top of the screen, those numbers come at you floating through like that picture that you can just see right immediately. Wow, it's the #1 district in the state. And those are impressive. And I think I can't believe the amount of work, and I can see so we've done a good job of capturing like homeschool families and surveying them, and it's probably a lot harder to survey the families that are going to private schools and charters. And that was the big question on my mind is why they are there. So I know that will be to come, but looking at how to do that. And then also I noticed this really quick. I think when we've asked homeschool families, only 29% of them were interested in our online courses, and the higher percentage was school activities and college level courses and those things. So that was, I think, what Rick was alluding to earlier. But anyway, awesome job. So excited.
Great. Any other questions or comments on this item?
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you so much. That's a tremendous amount of work, and I'll also say a great vision.
Yeah.
What we need to know and how to get that information. Thank you. So we'll conclude the study session, and we'll reconvene for the business meeting in 5 minutes. Say that already. We'll move the agenda item 1F to D.
Okay. Zip it in at the very end.
Administrative. Business is good.
No, that's okay.
we probably just need a minute.
Test.
Okay, good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is December 6th, 2022, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And I, first of all, would like to welcome those of you that are here with us in the boardroom, as well as those that are watching the proceedings through the live streaming. And thank you for your patience as we were running a little bit behind in our previous meeting. So, and to that, the first item is to approve the agenda for December 6, 2022. And I will ask for a motion. And in that motion, please also note the change to the agenda because we were running behind in our last meeting. So is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for December 6, 2022. And we're moving item number 1F on down to now new business. It'll become 7D. 1F was the 2023 legislative priorities. We're moving down to D.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Next, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Mindy Robinson, Midvale Middle Principal. Following the Pledge of Allegiance, Principal Robinson will give us some school highlights from Midvale Middle.
If the audience will please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm excited to be here. I love to brag about Midvale Middle School. So thank you for giving me just a few moments to let you know about some of the amazing things that are happening at my school. Just a few things. I first want to begin with sincere gratitude. I know I've been before you a few times asking for things tonight. I'm not asking for anything, just thanking. And so the things that you've done for our school have gone very noticed, and it's been amazing. I'll highlight some of the things that they have led to. Currently, just a couple of reminders about Midvale. We're housing about 900 students. We have the highest level of multilingual learners that we've ever had. We're at 46% of our students who are multilingual learners. We are also currently around about a 35% mobility rate. So every day we're coming and going and doing the very best with the kids for the amount of time that we have. We do house 2 accommodated core self-contained classrooms. We have Spanish DLI. We're also the boundary school for the Road Home Homeless Shelter, and we also have the SALTA program. So there's a lot going on at the school, and we love it. Even through COVID, probably the most exciting thing is when we received our RISE scores last year. From 2020 to 21, this is how much our students improved on proficiency. English language arts went up by 7%. Math went up by 9.7%. Science increased by 4.9%. And when I got the email from House Anderson telling me about it, I have to say I might have cried and laughed all at the same time with absolute joy because of all the hard work that our teachers and staff have gone through to make sure our students are achieving. Another remarkable piece of data came out that 11.8% more of our students who are multilingual learners made adequate progress on WIDA. So that was really exciting for us. One of the main goals that I have at Midvale is to create a culture of high expectations and a positive, fun learning environment. Thank you for making it possible for us to be in a building that absolutely contributes to that. Midvale Middle School is a beautiful building, and thank you to our taxpayers for making that possible. Some of the things that we've really been focusing on recognizing students for their growth. We have the Bug Club brought up their grades. We have students who are being recognized for meeting the expected growth on both the math and reading inventory. We also spent a lot of time on service. We're very proud of our ability to help kids learn about service and provide opportunities for service. A few years ago, when I came before you and asked for some extra FTE in the after-school program, many of the data points I just mentioned are directly attributed to those. The after-school program is going amazing. We have seen a huge increase in kids spending time at school, which was huge because they're there Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays after school. They're getting a lot more math, and our math scores really show that that helps as well. We also added supports to our multilingual learners. That's made a huge difference. If you see our after school program, you are seeing kids enjoying learning, both through games academically as well as fun. Tonight, I was trying to control the fun chaos because it was basketball night. So a lot of kids stay when they can play basketball after school. They also have been bowling. I might have known to go bowling with the kids. We have plastic ones. If you ever want to practice your bowling, it's pretty cool down the halls of Midvale as we're bowling in the after school program. We also do academics. We've been working on poetry. And recently we had a very neat experience where our own students did quilts and tied blankets for the homeless that were sent to Washington, D.C. We have an amazing wellness staff. As many of you are very aware, Midvale students face much trauma and they experience a lot. And it's been incredibly beneficial to have a full-time nurse who meets their needs, a community facilitator who makes sure that they have food, that they have their basic needs met, counselors, social workers, and psychologists. And that has made all the difference. So kids are at school, they're taken care of so they can learn. We also have an amazing school community council. Mott's had an opportunity to participate with our school community council on PTSA that supports all students. This year, the thing I'm the most proud of, I gave you a little brochure, is we've been really implementing Portrait of a Graduate. When we decided to, we kind of go all in. We're at Midvale. We decide to do it, we do it. And so we went all in this year and we wanted our students to know how amazing we thought they were. And what we loved about Portrait of a Graduate, which is tied to our district strategic plan, is this allows students to see all of their strengths in so many areas. So with the help of the phenomenal master teacher, Shelley Allen, she put together acronyms. So our students now on the teams are Mastery, Autonomy, Purpose, and then they are WADE, Pilot, and Rise Up, which are the acronyms for the different competencies through Rise Up. I did, as one small token appreciation, every student this year received a Portrait of a Graduate t-shirt based on their grade level. So Cindy has them over there for you tonight. So you can celebrate with us, Portrait of a Graduate. And these Midvale students know that we absolutely believe that they are the Portrait of a Graduate. Finally, not all is perfect in our world. We are still struggling with attendance. That's probably our biggest concern right now. It is not where we would like it to be. We are still a targeted school for improvement. Again, something we're working on. We are very excited to say that we did meet the exit criteria for socially economically disadvantaged, which is huge because that is such a high population of our school. To end with, I just want to do one celebration. Last night, I had the opportunity through some generous donors in our community. We took about 150 refugee families to a movie last night. First time many of the students have ever walked into a movie with popcorn prizes. To see the joy of those students just reminded me of how grateful I am to be a part of Midvale Middle School and for your continual support. It's an amazing place to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is a wonderful report, and we're so appreciative of all that you and your staff and faculty do. Sorry, I'm just going to tell you thanks and thanks and thanks. Yeah. No, that's okay. That's okay. But just how grateful we are for the good work that you and your staff do, and the students. We know they're working hard as well, and please extend our appreciation to them. Thank you. Oh, I don't know if I can speak for the board on this, but for myself, that's one of my favorite parts of our meeting is to hear what's going on at the schools. So thank you. Next on the agenda, we will turn time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department, and for some recognitions and some other good stuff that's happening.
Thank you for time that the board grants us during board meetings to applaud the achievements of students, faculty, and staff all across Canyons. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the superintendent and members of the board. Now, the first honorees tonight are student athletes from Corner Canyon High School who played in the 6A championship game at Rice Eccles Stadium. Now, Corner Canyon finished the 22 season at the big game against Sky Ridge High School. The final game of the postseason was hard fought, It was an amazing display of athleticism and skill. Now, the final score did not favor the Chargers, but it was a stellar showing for Corner Canyon for the entire season. And it was the 5th appearance for the Chargers in 5 years in a championship game. That's fantastic. And congratulations to all of our student athletes, coaches, parents, the Corner Canyon High administration for this fantastic season. And fingers crossed next year that at Rice Eccles, they'll capture back that state trophy. Our next honoree is the creative genius behind the artwork on Canyons District's holiday card. Now, all of you have this in front of you. It is one of my favorite projects of the year. It's a tradition in the Canyon School District to ask a student to do the artwork for the cover of our yearly holiday card. And this year's holiday card is actually one of my favorites that we have ever done in the history of Canyons District. Now, without further ado, we unveil to the community the cover of this year's holiday card done by Jordan High School student Jimena Gutierrez. That is the card that has been printed on more than 1,000 cards that Canyons District will send all across the state and even to Washington, D.C. This is the card that represents us when we send to major supporters, patrons, folks who donate to the Canyons Education Foundation, cities, mayors, our legislative delegation, our congressional delegation, and even the office of the First Lady at the White House. Now, Jimena is a senior at Jordan High School. I had the pleasure of talking to her not too long ago in preparation of our holiday card, and I'm not sure she knows just how exceptional she is. She is a member of the Charlonians drill team. She's played the viola since she was in elementary school, and she participates in DECA. And believe it or not, she tells me it took her just 2 hours to do a digital illustration. And this was done as part of Ms. Jensen's concurrent art class. It was chosen by, actually the school forwarded to us 3 finalists, and this was the selection that was chosen unanimously by the judges who selected the artwork for this year's card. So congratulations to Jimena for being our celebrated artist. Jimena tells me she plans to attend the University of Utah. Now, we are excited to have this card be sent out. It is being mailed tomorrow. So Yuletide wishes from Canyon School District will be sent in the mail tomorrow to all of the folks who are on our holiday list. Now, holiday events also are happening all across the district. Friday was Canyons District's annual winter gathering for Title VI families. Now, the event last Friday drew about 120 people. They enjoyed a dinner and a traditional native dance, and one dance was performed by Miss Paiute, Isabella Pete, an 11th grader at Jordan High School. They also had a smoke dance performed by a traditional Mohawk Indian, who also talked about the challenges of being an urban Indian that did not grow up with a connection to his culture or to the land. And this group also taught the folks who were gathered there at the winter gathering all different kind of dances and native culture. And the Urban Indian Center also provided information about classes for students and other services specifically for Native families. Now, this event is a special opportunity for students and families in the Canyons District to see the larger American Indian culture that exists within our district. Now, the next honorees are the Midvale Mustangs. Now, a class of 4th graders were the special guests at the Governor's Mansion last Monday. Students at Midvale Elementary School were chosen to make the decorations for the tree in the historic Kearns Mansion. Now, and then the 4th graders at Midvale Elementary were invited to the mansion to help Governor Cox and First Lady, Mrs. Abby Cox, decorate the tree, which is a featured part of the holiday parties and open houses that are held at the Governor's Mansion during the holiday season. Now, for the project, the decorations for the tree centered on the theme, the Roaring Twenties. And this was a theme that was given to the school by the governor's office when the invitation was extended to create the decorations for the tree. What the students did was they posed for black and white photos while wearing flapper girl dresses and bowler style hats. And those photos were then placed in frames that were embellished in glitter. And you can see here there were feathers and ribbons and golden pipe cleaners and black ornaments, all reminiscent of the Great Gatsby era. And they used all of that to decorate the tree. Now, what they did is the first family joined the students in decorating the tree. And then Mrs. Cox read a holiday story to the students, and then Governor Cox actually led the students on a tour of the governor's mansion. It was an exciting day for the students, and I learned later that all students who went on the trip earned the right to go by turning in their assignments and not being referred to the principal's office for bad behavior. Congratulations to the Midvale Mustangs for being selected to trim the governor's holiday tree. The giving season actually continues at Midvale Middle, as Ms. Robinson noted. A group of students used their after-school activity as to tie quilts as part of the National Homeless Memorial Blanket Project. The students last week wrapped up their hard work before the quilts that they tied were sent to Washington, D.C., where they will be part of an art installation. They'll be displayed on the west lawn of the Capitol on December 21st. This is part of the National Homeless Memorial Blanket Project, and it will cover 9,000 square feet of the west lawn. All 9,000 square feet will be quilts that, after the art installation is taken apart, will be given to people in need. Now, this is the quilts from the Midvale Middle students will then be given to our Utah congressional delegation, and the senators and the members of Congress from our area will then distribute to people in Utah in need. Now, when asked why they were doing this after school activity, they said things like, we want to pay it forward. I like feeling like I do when I help someone else. And I did this to pay back the person who did it for me. Now, the quilt tops were made and donated by Vicki McIntosh, and she's a local volunteer. Sharon Higgins, who runs the after school program, and helped the students learn how to tie the quilts. And the work was supported by Connie Crosby, who is our McKinney-Vento liaison with the district. And this particular project has participants in all 50 states, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia. Volunteers in each state are being asked to make at least 100 blankets to provide the 10 for the Capitol lawn display, and donated even more for their local initiatives to help those in need during the holiday season. President Tingy, thank you so much for the time that you grant us to talk about the achievements of students and faculty and staff in the Canyon School District. We turn the time back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haney. Wonderful, wonderful things going on. Okay, we have now come to the patron comment portion of the meeting. Our first patron that has signed up to address the board has signed up to do so by telephone. So let's see if I can get this right. I will dial in before reading the instructions.
Sorry, but that's not a valid extension. Please try again.
Hello? This is Dr. Hart.
Okay. Mr. Hart, this is Nancy Tingy from the Canyons Board of Education. And I am calling because you have signed up to address the board, and before I turn the time over to you, I will read a couple of instructions about the patron comment time of the meeting. And this is for all the other patrons that are here in the room that also would like to address us. So please be aware that patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Time allotted for public comment tonight will be 3 minutes for each individual. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. So thank you. And as previously mentioned, Mike Hart will address us first, followed by Kathy Collins, and then Megan J. Mr. Hart.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with the board. I wanted to address the current proposal that was discussed, the Canyons online school becoming an online program. It sounds like, unfortunately, the board has more or less come to a decision to end the Canyons online school. So I wanted to share the experience that my daughters had with adjunct teaching in their current math course. They were lucky enough to have Miss Kathleen Nelson as their math teacher, and were able to skip a grade in math. So I took the online math course through the high school this year. They're in 8th grade. They were not able to find out who their instructor was initially. They did not get prompt feedback at all. There's no live instructions, a very stark contrast from what they'd experienced so far in Canyons Online with dedicated instructors. So I just urge the board to consider the idea of having teachers do extra time to teach these students who have decided to do online learning.
Thank you. Next, Kathy Collins, and then Megan J, and then Stacy Peterson.
I wrote this earlier, so I'm going to read it in my letter form so I don't mess it up. To the Board of Canyon School District and Superintendent Robbins, I'm writing this letter concerning ESP Booster Lane Advancement. When I was hired as a media specialist at Canyon View Elementary School, a BA degree was not required. I have been in my position in the library for 24 years and feel there should be some lane advancement for experience. With her permission, Tammy Carlson, who works at Oakdale Elementary School, has been in her position in the library for 31 years. She also does not have a college degree. Between the two of us, we have over 55 years of experience at our jobs. In 2011 and 2012, Barbara Winters
who was then head of the elementary and middle school libraries, required all media specialists to take a college course called Media Modules. We were graded every month on our work and had to pass this course. It was not optional. This course, our experience, and the knowledge that we bring to the library should mean something to the district, and our pay should reflect that. This requirement of having a BA degree for lane advancement was a board decision, and I would like you all to reconsider your policy and recognize our years of service for lane advancement. Thank you, Kathy Collins.
Thank you. Next is Megan J. and then followed by Stacy Peterson, who will be the last patron.
Okay, let's see here. All right. I want to start off by saying I am grateful for the policy committee's effort and the board members for possible revisions to the library policy. But I would also like to express some concerns and ask for some clarification. Regarding the proposed changes, there are a couple of areas I would like to see some clarification on. Under sensitive materials review, where is the location of the restricted access? Is the title restricted at the school or all the schools in the district during a full review? I am aware a licensed librarian will do a preliminary screening, but who will do the full review of the book against 76-10-1201? The other concern is if a book is restricted after violating 1227, but is retained after a full review, where is the appeal process for that decision? Or would the book need to be challenged under the challenge portion of the policy? If a title cannot be reviewed for a second sensitive materials review for 3 years, can a parent use one of their challenges to challenge other age-appropriate content in that same book? I am also wondering where the professional reviews are coming from that will be provided to the committee members. And then the last question I have is that there is a possibility of permanent restricted access in the challenge process, but is not listed as a potential determination after a full sensitive review. Again, I would like to see books removed without a full review against 76-10-1201 if it violates 1227. But if a full review is done, why is there no possibility of an age level restriction? My main concern that I think is most important is when a full review is done against 76-10-1201, after the 1227 screening confirmation, it opens up the potential to keep books on the shelf that still violate state law. Since the last board meeting, there had been 12 more books found in Canyon's libraries that contain sexually explicit content. And 9 of those books, I believe, violate Utah Code 76-10-1227, which is the bright line rule. I would like to see books removed immediately after, a preliminary screening if they violate Code 1227, and then we can look at the other books of concern as a whole. There are some districts in Utah that are already removing books for 1227 violations and have all of the books in the review process and decisions listed on their website for transparency. PICO clearly gives discretion to the board and does allow for school boards to govern what is available in their library. The discretion, though, may not be exercised in a narrowly partisan or political manner. We have law on our side. This is not removal due to differing of opinions. This is clearly specified in Utah law. And then I just kind of go on to say that 76-10-1235 is the code for accessing pornography or indecent material on school property. And then it lists the 3 different statutes. And then I think you only need to violate one. So.
Thank you. Next, Stacy Peterson.
Hi, my name is Stacy Peterson. I have 2 children in Canyons District. In the last month, I just want to express my gratitude. I'm so grateful for the board and for particularly the policy committee addressing these issues about the library books. I know it was brought up by many of you in the last comments at the November 1st meeting, and I'm just so grateful that we're making progress and trying to remove some of these books that are clearly in violation of the law. I do have a lot of the same questions as what Megan brought up, and I can address those specifically to the policy committee. In the flow charts and things, I'm not really sure if those are like parallel systems that we go through, or if one then leads into the other. And I'm just concerned with some of the reviews and how those go. A lot of the same things that Megan brought up. I do love the idea of the restricted access, because then some people are not worried that it's not there, but nobody that's a child can stumble across these as long as they're behind the circulation desk, or they need the parental notice or permission to be able to get them. And I just think that's a brilliant way to put them somewhere while other things are being determined, that keeps it out of the hands of kids that can still just run across them. One other concern that I still have is in these challenge committees, there's still a majority of administrators compared to the number of parents that are on there. And that is a little concerning to me. It seems like there should be more parents than administrators, but I will address those straight and see if I can get some answers and understand it a little bit better. But as I read through the red line, I'm really, really encouraged and just want to make sure it's clear for those of us who didn't write it to be able to understand how it works. Thank you for listening. Thank you for trying to comply with the law. Thank you for readdressing your policy and being sensitive to some of these issues. We're so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our patron comments for this evening, and we thank those that have taken the time to address the board with their thoughts and concerns. Okay, next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. So I ask for a motion. And in making that motion, please read each of the specific items that are listed.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes for November 15th, 2022. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of 2021-2022 annual comprehensive financial report and related audit reports. And item F, approval of local education agency, Canyon School District specific licenses and endorsements.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next, item 7A, proposal to convert 2 instructional days to professional development days for the 23-2024 school calendar. This is a first reading, and I will turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Tingy and members of the board. One of the things that, as Dr. Robbins has been out on his listening tour, and as you will get to a couple of slides, heard from our teacher satisfaction surveys, that our teachers are feeling overwhelmed right now with everything that's going on, letters, wonders, student behaviors, and it's all somewhat coming together. So we wanted, as cabinet, we met and discussed this a couple of weeks ago in depth and what we could do to try to lighten the load, take something off their plates if we could. So we want to just bring you this proposal as you prepare to look at or approve the calendars, the next agenda item with Cherise. But, we can bring this back as an amendment to the calendars if you'd like to move forward with this or evaluate it further. I think many of you know a few years back, the legislature allowed up to 4 days of instruction to be converted into professional development days. So if we go back in time, and our calendars has always been adjusted as well as our number of days in our teacher contract. But the last adjustment occurred from the FY19 year into the FY20 year, when we reduced the number of days, contract days, from 188 to 186. We replaced those same 2 days were preparation time at the educator's convenience, but they remained as compensation in the base package for all of our teachers. So that happened. That was our last change before then. We need to emphasize that our students are in person based on our calendar this year and next year, 178 days. The 2 days they are not would be the parent, the comp days for the parent teacher conferences, which is allowed under board rule with that. So there's a little bit of background. Again, I won't go over this in detail because Laura went over this with you last meeting on November 15th. But again, we always know that salary and benefits is always the number one in probably every profession out there. That's not the new to teaching or any other jobs we have here in the Canyons district, or probably most positions out in the private sector. But the second one, which was still way above everything else on that list, would be more prep time, more time, Fridays without students. You see, there was, 242. The others were quite a bit less. Just bringing that back up again as we went over it. Again, what supports or resources would make your job easier for you? Again, more prep time, collaboration time, grading days, virtual Fridays, 313. Again, way above the other items listed there. So we took that information, that data, and thought, what can we do to try to bring this, bring a proposal to you to consider. And so, and also, I think we've had several teachers in here commenting, both in person here, commenting to the board. The board's received numerous emails. I know Dr. Robbins out on his listening tour. This is a frequent topic, if not the most frequent topic, I would say, that has come up. So we're coming to you with this proposal of converting, again, you can do 4 days, but we'd convert 2 into professional development or grading days. Our proposal would be across all levels, so both elementary and secondary. We've got to remember staff would be required to be in the buildings these days. We decided to make this a fairly clean adjustment, and we looked at a few days throughout, but we've decided to recommend that it be at the end of both the first quarter and the third quarter, as we'll be going to a quarter system, assuming you approve the calendar that's already in place, or that's been proposed. Keep in mind, the second quarter is already a grading day. Next school year, that would be January 12th of 24. So these are the 2 days that we are going to recommend. The first one would be the end of the first quarter, which is a Friday, October 27th, 2023. You'll see there, this is a B day for those on the block schedule. It is 1 week after the fall break. We did think about putting that on the Monday, to extend the fall break, but it just wouldn't benefit our teachers that much with the grading time that they need. So that's why our recommendation, again, it's up to you as the board to decide and deliberate, but our recommendation, it was the best day for the teachers, would be on that day, the 27th. Second day, just going to go right to the end of the third quarter, also a Friday, March 22nd. This is also a B day on the block schedule. A couple things here. You can't see it there, but starting Monday, April 1st would be the first day of spring break. So we did think about putting it on the 29th, but that wouldn't that'd be a week after the quarter ends, and then teachers wouldn't have time to, parents wouldn't be getting report cards till after spring break. So we just felt like it would be best to put it right there on that Friday, the 22nd. Again, that's a pretty simple proposal. Nothing changes for this school year, but this would be something for you to consider moving forward, for next school year. So there's where we're at. We'll be happy to discuss questions.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'd like to see if the superintendent has some comments before turning it over to board questions.
Yeah, thank you, President, and thank you, Leon, for the presentation. Just a couple of thoughts. One is I really appreciate all of the feedback from our teachers and our principals and staff. Well, I think I'm up to I don't know, 8 or 9 schools in the listening tour so far. And just a few observations with that. I think it is important to note, this feeling or tone of being overwhelmed with, I kind of contribute that to the whiplash effect of the pandemic, and all the things that are happening. But I also think, thinking about the diversity of our learners, and Leon pointed this out a little bit, but our teachers are being asked to meet the needs of learners in so many different places. And it's not just along the lines of behavior, but also just that vast array of learning differentials. And part of that, maybe from some of the loss that occurred during the pandemic. But I think we're asking more of our teachers than ever before. And so it's also a matter of quality in this equation, and really being able to deliver on the education that we've promised to our students. So I think that's important, because yes, is a sense of relief for teachers to maybe lift some of the additional burdens that they have by adding these 2 days. But I also think we want to maintain and retain our very best, and that's also part of it. So I think we want to take that into consideration. This really is a first opportunity to look at this. So I know there'll be a lot of discussion in this. I realize how this has a ripple effect and an impact, and we've talked about this in the listening tour. Instructional time is of high value in the district, and it is a priority and has been in the district. And it's not by accident that our achievement is much higher than surrounding districts. And so I think, we take that very serious also in the equation. But at the end of the day, without our great teachers, continuing to build on their skills and improve on their skills, and recognizing some of the weight and the load that they carry, I think that all has to come into play. Last meeting, we talked a little bit about, what are some of the things, maybe the low-hanging fruit that we could look at. And we've done some of those things already. We heard about the proposal to move to the quarter system in our elementary schools. I think that I've had nothing but positive feedback from our teachers in the field about how that will improve things. It really aligns to that day in January that they already have. And it takes one report card off and goes SCP report card. So that's been very helpful. The change that we made in letters, cutting back on bridge to practice and those modules, that's also been very well received. And we're also putting into motion, I've heard this from many teachers, but just the requirement and expectation to maintain Canvas at the same level as they have in person. And we heard feedback from some of our students, our high school students, about just the levels of use when it comes to Canvas and technology versus in-person instruction or labs. And so, we want to really, moving out of the pandemic, move back to more hands-on, more in-person experience, which I actually think will lessen the workload for teachers, because during the pandemic, the expectation was to really run dual modalities of in person and online. But my thought and expectation for Canvas would be it would move forward as a resource and a repository and a place for reference and additional resources, but it would not be new curriculum. So that's another, maybe another piece to this low-hanging fruit idea, that some things that we can do to help alleviate some of the pressures and workload on the teachers. But in the end, I get there's not a formula to equate, well, is it 2 days or 3 days or 4 days? And where is that breaking point where, we get a more of a decline in achievement than we do increase. But I think, to me, 2 days is a very fair start to this. I think, the last part of the pandemic, and I've mentioned this in the listening tour, is that I fully take responsibility for, the messaging that came from me was, we need to get back to school 5 days a week. And the expectation is to be back in school in person. And I think that contributed to part of our success. Part of that was also that we would be cutting back on virtual Fridays. And so I get a lot of questions about, well, how do we determine that now? And I said, well, during the pandemic, that was more of a crisis response, not so much a routine or planned response. And so I said, I don't know that we fully determined, what that threshold means going forward, right? I mean, we don't really know that. Hopefully we don't ever experience another pandemic, but I said, I don't sense, in my opinion would be, is that that's not routine, that's not something that, we shouldn't go to that as a routine measure, but only in a situation where it's of greatest need. And I don't know that that's where we're at. I do sense that there are a lot of teachers that may be at that point, at a breaking point, or in a crisis mode. But I also, know that we have to maintain as much in-person instruction, as we can. And I think that's the balance between those equations, and those factors are kind of what's in front of you tonight. So I hope I've represented, those factors and those opinions and the input that's been out there. There is, I would say too, there's definitely, in my opinion, more support, not more support, but a louder voice at the elementary level. They probably, in my opinion, they've carried the bulk of many of these changes, have fallen to our elementary schools with a lot of the curriculum and standards changes that have occurred. So I think that's also, part of the equation and part of this discussion. But we have heard from all of our high school principals and our middle school principals. They fully support this. These 2 days, there probably are going to be some teachers at the high school level, especially maybe singletons in the AP or concurrent enrollment realm, that this is problematic. That's not unique to Canyons. That's a problem in any district that we would have to try and overcome. But just a few thoughts.
Thank you, Superintendent. And before I turn it over to board questions, I just want to just make a quick comment about the procedurally here. This is a first reading of introduction of a proposal from the administration. And next on our agenda, we have calendars that we've been working on that are up for a third reading and action requested. And so just an idea to throw out there, if the board is interested in pursuing this proposal a little bit more, I think it probably would be appropriate to go ahead and approve the calendars with maybe some sort of an indication on the dates that the administration has identified. So an indication to parents that those dates are under consideration. Just a thought for procedurally. So board comments, questions? Mrs. Arnold? And then
Again, I think we'll obviously take your recommendation and your wherever you'd like us to direct us to. Our thought would be what is best for teachers. And we feel like it's best for them to complete their grades at the end of the quarter. So that grading day, just like it is at the end of the second quarter. So that is why our recommendation is there. Yeah.
I forgot that you added in there that they had to be at the school to do their grades, which is not necessarily what I have to do. So I forgot that piece of it. And so since they have to be at the school to have to do the grades, then it doesn't matter what day you choose as long as it's in at the end of the quarter to put their grades in. So, okay, I'm clear. I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Millerberg, and then Mrs. Oaks, and then Mr. Wrigley.
Leon, one concern I have about the dates you picked is Fridays have been kind of singled out, identified as our collaboration days.
PLC time.
And we were very, very, very specific that we would not have things come in the way of those collaboration times. And so really what the teacher would be picking up there is just a portion of the day on Friday, not a full day, but just a portion of the day. And that kind of dilutes what we want to have happen. And I fully support the idea of working those 2 days in there somewhere. Fully support it. But I think the teachers would benefit more if we had those not on a day set aside for collaboration. And, I look at our strategic plan. I specifically look at, yesterday we had our meeting for, opportunity and access. And as we talked about equity, our teachers, I won't use the term IEP because that's a specific term for SPED purposes, but our teachers are feeling more and more, I don't want to use the word pressure, but kind of what it is, to make sure that from an equity standpoint, every kid, every student is challenged at the level they're ready to accept, which is going to require a whole lot more prep time and planning for the kid. And so, I just don't want to get to the point where it's an additional day for the teacher for prep time, but it really isn't. It's only a half a day.
And that would be something we could discuss, would you want to say, hey, that's a whole day of prep and we would forgo the PLC time that day? All these would be open to conversation and
But that's
I think we chose the Fridays. One, maybe a little easier on parents. Well, one, I'll be honest, first and foremost, we feel like these were the two best days for the teachers for grading days. You can make the argument that, students would get out an hour and a half early each day on Friday. So a little bit, the instruction time, a little bit less impactful, but the PLC time, it would be offset with that. So those are some of the things that, we went back and forth on days. And
so that's just my input.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes, and then Mr. Wrigley.
So I really appreciate you guys bringing this forward. I've been concerned about our teachers and this issue for a long time and have definitely heard from a lot of elementary school teachers on this subject. I hadn't thought of that point until Mont brought it up with regard to the PLCs, and I do think that's something to consider. I'm very supportive of giving them back these or giving them these 2 days to be able to do more prep work. And I would even be, supportive more possibly, especially if part of that time is being taken up with IPLC. So I appreciate Dr. Robbins addressing some of the other considerations, particularly around the Canvas issue in terms of lightening their load. I'm curious what other things we can do to decrease the burden and what were some of the suggestions from the teachers in your listening tours? If they had any specifics, I would be interested in understanding more. I'm less worried about the high school teacher singleton issue driving the ship. I definitely want to look at, we have a lot of elementary teachers. I would say that's the majority of the teachers that we have in the district, and we really need to think through this.
Just for and that's a good point. Some of the other things we're still working on, and we have our governance and operations meeting focus group this coming week, later this week. We intend to spend quite a bit of time in that meeting talking about some of the ideas we have. This is just one idea on the agenda for right now, but I'd like to bring other things forward. But I think we'd like to maybe bring it through that committee first and vet it out there, then bring it to the full board if that would be appropriate. But this would be the one topic for this agenda item. But there's a whole list of things that we have in mind.
Right. I absolutely appreciate where Dr. Robbins is coming from. When we were in an emergency situation, we really had to go to that kind of effort. I also know we've had a lot of really tired teachers and we've given them a lot of extra things to do. A lot of extra things, which will benefit our students. I mean, the feedback I've heard about letters training and the science of reading that the teachers have received is amazing. It has been a heavy lift. And so I really can appreciate both sides. There's this image I keep having come to my brain now of killing the golden goose. Like if you don't take care of your goose, you're not going to be able to continue producing golden eggs. And I feel like those are our teachers.
Our teachers, they've been doing the Brian McGill lift, right? Okay. Workout. So yeah, big thanks to them. When Hal presented our school accountability, all these A's and B's, 70%, it's thanks to our teachers. And we need to acknowledge that. And, I have, my boys as teachers are absolutely incredible. The impact they have on their lives. So grateful for. So yeah, lots. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of things to discuss. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
Sure, thank you. I really support some professional development days for our teachers. What are we going to do on those days specifically? The 2 days you're proposing?
So under the law, let me just back up. So one question is, well, why don't we add more days, right? For prep time, teachers to prepare curriculum, do grades, all of the necessary reporting and busy work that's required, right? And because we're heading into contraction, it's about 1.3 million for an additional day. So that's really not an option. So we've got to be innovative and thoughtful about how we go about this. And so that's what led us to this discussion around these 4 days that are allocated by the state that can replace a regular instructional day. There are parameters with that. And I think everyone needs to understand that. And part of it is professional development, Steve. So in my mind, the way most districts kind of construct those days is that, and I think we have a model in Canyons already that's similar to this, that it's up to 2 hours of professional development. So that may be some training or discussion or maybe some collaboration. I'm not sure what that looks like. And then the rest of the time would be completely dedicated to teachers to do whatever that they see fit and necessary in the school building. It'd be a regular contract day. They're there, but it allows us under that state rule to replace instructional time with this time without changing anything. So that's kind of the option where we're at. Maybe in the future that changes, right? I think this is also very fluid and something that we can continue to look at. But to me, that's kind of the option right now that's best, that in the situation we're in with our budget constraints, that we can do.
I don't think, to answer your question, and also to build on that, I don't think we'll get too prescriptive on what they will have to do on these 2 days. We know that doing grades will be a significant portion, but certainly won't be all. But we want to give the principals and the teachers some.
Well, I asked that question because if it's not grading, then there's just a little bit more options on what we can do. My concern is the timing where you're putting these. For example, the October holiday, people are gone starting the 18th. Sometimes they're gone the 17th. So our kids are missing those schools anyway, quite a few of them. I mean, I substitute taught this year on those days, and we were like less than 50% of the class was there. And so they're already gone. So if we have a day off, but then to turn around the next Friday and have at least a half a day of instruction gone, parents aren't going to go the next Friday and go anywhere. So it's going to be a useless 3-day weekend. It'll just be a day where kids are at home. So I'm just wondering why we could not maybe move it to the 18th. On the 19th and 20th are what conference days off?
So the 19th and 20th is the fall break. Right.
That's the fall break. So why could we put it the day before the fall break?
Again, we'll take your guidance. We'll do whatever you want.
Uh-huh.
We're strictly looking at this as what we feel would be best beneficial to the teachers. And preparing grades.
Why would it be different on the 18th versus the 22nd when they're just gone 2 days on?
I'm going to see if I got a school performance director.
The end of the court
or the 23rd.
Part of it is the end of the quarter is the 27th.
So if you were to shift that, you're losing 4 days from that quarter. So the quarters have already been balanced for when they end. So for this one, for the 2023, it would fall on the Friday. In the calendar for 25-26, the way that balances out, we were able to hook that day to fall recess so that it still balances out the number. So you're trying to balance out the length of the quarters, length of the semesters, as well as A day, B days to try to make it so that it balances. Now, most high schools, there's only a couple classes that are quarters. All of the others are semesters. And so it's trying to do that balancing act. And Sharice has worked hard on that. And with the committee that Amber and Steve that you've served on, there is a huge stress to try and get those to balance as close as you could. If you move that, then you basically have shifted 3 days of the quarter gone or shifted into the next, or you put it on the 18th and then you've lost basically 5 days. So it's this interesting dynamic of where do you put it? Having it at the end of the quarter when the grading, you either need to shift the end. If you're going to shift that day, I'd recommend that you also have to shift the end of the quarter so that teachers are using it. When we talk about Leon saying, so the most effective and the most for what would help the teacher, the best time is on the last day so that you can get everything done and prep for the next day, which is the new quarter. Did I?
Yes.
Sorry.
Steve's been very helpful. We worked through this, just to address some of this balancing the quarter and the A and B days. In your folders, you should all have hard copies of the latest calendar that should be very clean. We've tried to address all of the feedback that has come to us, but you can see my notes here that we have gone through every calendar to count A days, count B days, the number of days in each quarter, trying to balance those out as much as we can for the teachers. And so, as Steve mentioned, if we shift that day a week ahead, we lose instructional days in that quarter, which can definitely, the teachers are very concerned about balancing out those days and keeping them.
I just bring that up because it is quite a burden on the parents. I mean, these 2 days, weekends off, 2 Fridays off or whatever, vacation 1 week and then turn around another Friday off. Sometimes it gets a little crazy on our parents. And I don't think that they use it for family time. I don't know. Maybe if it's in October, they can go skiing. It's not even open. So anyway, thanks for the explanation. And I know it's extremely crazy, but sometimes it doesn't make any sense because they do. These kids start taking it, these small vacations, they start taking days off before that. And the parents take them out of there. So if they're going to take them out of there anyway, it'd be nice to use that as one of the days that doesn't have to instruction, but if not possible, I guess that's okay.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nybar, Mrs. Schill, and then back to Mrs. Arnold.
First off, I just want to thank Leon and Dr. Robbins for bringing this to the board, and to Steve and Sharice. Thank you. I know Dr. Robbins and I have had a lot of discussions about the elementary school teachers and trying to provide some relief. And I'm really grateful for the changes that happen with letters and for these 2 days. So I'm very much in favor of this. I do think Steve does have a point there as far as, you wouldn't want it to be a burden for the teachers. So you would want to have to realign the quarters, I guess. But I do think sometimes when we have random Fridays off, it does end up where the kids end up missing more school, or just as a teacher, when you're prepping too, and you're trying to get through the material, sometimes that it's difficult to have a short week, right before a big break. So, have we talked to the teachers about these proposed dates and what they prefer, or?
No, because the proposed dates were just brought up.
Oh yeah, because it's just a first read, but that's something we could request to see if we made an adjustment to the quarters, if they'd rather have it be part of the longer break, fall break, or, that would, the thing I do like about that is it's 2 birds with 1 stone, because we definitely have heard from our community that neighboring districts have a longer fall break. So if the teachers are amenable to that, I would like to consider it as well.
Sure.
the extended or the extended leave would be for students and families. It would not be billed for teachers because that would be a contract.
That's right. So we'll have to ask, that's why I'm interested to hear what they prefer.
And
Because they may say with their curriculum map, having a short week right before, I don't know. We don't know, right? But see what they think.
And 2-day weeks are hard.
Yeah.
For a teacher but what we will do is absolutely follow the direction of the board. And if you want to proceed with looking at those extra days to put in, we will take this to our calendar committee, which is made up of teachers, parents, administrators. And so we will happily take that back to them. But where it was the first reading tonight, we have not shared that with our committee. So
great. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Schill, and then Mrs. Arnold.
Okay, I just want to also add my thanks, and I really think this is needed, and I'm supportive of adding the 2 days. I do appreciate all the changes we've already made, trying to lessen their burden, but I'm still interested in looking at what else we can do. I mean, not necessarily days off or prep days, but other things we could take off their plates. So, and I think it's great if we get feedback from the calendar committee. So thank you everyone for working on this.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold. I would propose, if I was queen of the castle, that the teachers can do their grades at home and not at school that day because their grades have to be done and they don't have to travel and use that time to travel. If they want to be at school, I guess you could leave the school building open because the custodians have to be there anyway. And now I have 2 children who are going to call me right after this and tell me, why are you letting the teachers in when it's a custodial day and we can have a day to get more work done? I mean, that's what they will say. But I just would propose that we'd let them have that day to put their grades in however they want to put them in, because you know what? They don't do it all that day. We do it the night before and the night before and the morning before and the morning before and all weekend. And then right before we have to have parent conferences or SAPs, we're still trying to get one last student's paper in there to get it done. So that would be my idea and proposal, that we choose a day and let the teachers have it to do how they wish, where they wish. I mean, to do grades, but where they wish. Thank you. Mr. Milliberg?
I think Clarion and I are thinking somewhat along the same lines. My thought process is link it with the breaks that we're already having in place. Steve mentioned the kids are going to be gone a lot of those days already. Our teachers are 2 things. Number 1, they're adults. Number 2, they're professionals. And if that gave a teacher one more day to link on a long weekend with their family, so be it. Let them go enjoy that time with their family. They still have the responsibility to get their grades done and get everything else done. And so maybe they don't do it on that day before a break, but maybe they do it as Clarine suggested, a little here, a little there, the mornings, the evenings, weekends. They already do that a lot already, but I would propose that we link that with our fall and spring breaks, if we could, and let them have a day that they don't have to be in the building, but they can be with their families.
Okay, thank you. I have a few thoughts. First of all, I'm not opposed to this idea. I do think it needs a lot more vetting. Clearly, people have kind of made suggestions, but it's my understanding that the law says we can convert instructional days to professional development days, and so there are certain boundaries that have to be adhered to in order to do that. And what you guys were just describing sounds more along the lines of what we're already doing for 16 hours worth of their salary, where they find that time wherever.
So if we added another day that didn't comply with the professional development requirements to substitute, right, an instructional day, then I think it needs to be a contract day, an additional contract day, which they said earlier, right, like $1 million a day, right? So I just feel like we need more discussion about this whole idea. And then it was also mentioned to, let teachers and parents kind of weigh in on it as well. Because this is it really is a first look, and it is something that's would be significant to families and their planning for travels and work and all of that, as well as teachers. And it's also something that I feel like we need to do the work and get it right now, because if we get it right now, it's something that we're going to do for the next several years in the future, hopefully, right? If we do it right, instead of like what was mentioned earlier about some reactionary type decision making. So those are just a couple of my thoughts on the matter. So now just kind of listening to what everyone else had to say, I feel like there has been some request for some further information and input from families, parents, and teachers. And I know that several years ago, when a similar topic was approached by the district and the calendar committee, that a survey was sent out to those stakeholder groups. I'm just wondering if the board is interested in going to that, utilizing that approach, or if there's another idea to get the input. But I also have a question of, at the beginning, I mentioned procedurally, we could go ahead and approve the calendars as requested with kind of some asterisks about, some of these days that are potentially under consideration, or do we hold off approving the calendar until we get this figured out? But I feel like getting it figured out might take us a month or two at this point because of the holidays and the scheduling of things. So, what kind of a time frame would we need to have this decision made and have it worked out? I guess that's my question.
Personally, I think we could conduct a survey or something fairly fast. We just have to get it drafted quickly, get the information out, and be able to then also meet us at calendar committee. And that's truly up to Leon and to you folks. But I think your suggestion of seeking input from our teachers and our parents is a very valid one.
Okay, thank you. I think a couple other questions, comments. Let's do Mr. Millerberg, Mrs. Oaks, and Mrs. Schill. Oh, sorry.
My hand up. Before.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Schill, and then Mr. Millerberg, and then Mrs. Oaks.
Sorry. Okay, so I do love that idea, Clarine and Mom. I think that sounds great. But the thing is, that's what we're already doing, and teachers don't realize we're doing it. So we're basically getting no credit for doing it because it's not a day they need to be there. So they're thinking that even though we give them those 2 days, they don't realize we're giving it to them. That's what we found out. Like new people on the calendar committee, no one even understood it. No one even knew it. So I just think we can't do that. We can't do that again because that's just not going to work. But also we have a lot of turnover with teachers. I mean, Steve, how many teachers do we have turnover every year? So yeah, so think about that. Every 3 years, we have 30% of our teachers turning over. And so that's why they don't realize that. So I just think that's not a good idea to go back to that. Anyway, sorry. Sorry, you guys. And then also, I am in favor of surveying, but the thing is, when the calendar committee surveyed last time, it was very specific. We had 2 calendars for them to both look at and say, do we want this calendar or this calendar? So I'm just saying, I think we need to figure out what we want to survey exactly. Because if it's just a general question, do you want 2 days off? Yes. We're going to get 100% say yes. Or not 2 days off, 2 prep days, 2 professional development days. And then parents, 2 more days off, sure. Anyway, okay. So we need to have specifics.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Oates.
Just quickly, President, you bring up some interesting points there. And I think that before we ever even think about surveying, we need to make sure that what we are proposing is something we could do. Because I don't want to send out a survey giving them options that we really can't perform on. So I don't care if we approve the calendar with a caveat attached to it, or if we move quickly to find out where we want to go with it and make a proposal. But, I think next week is probably not going to be a great time to go through all that. But if we did that early January and we could make a decision of what we can do, not what we'd like to do, but what we can do, I think that would and act on it in January. I think that would be my first choice.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Arnold, then Mrs. Oakes. So my concern is about if we postpone this for 2 or 3 more board meetings, not that I'm going to be here, but that they're building calendars and schedules at their high schools and middle schools starting around the beginning of January, right? So if we postpone and do the survey and then do the talking and then come back, we're going to be the middle of January, beginning of February. And so back to Mont's thought of we probably need to okay the calendar we have, do the caveat for the 2 days with some information coming back, because 2 days is not going to mess up everybody's middle school, high school, elementary and scheduling, but not getting to it will mess them up and will delay them. So I think we need to do the calendar, then come back to these 2 days. Did you have a comment on that, Leon?
I think that would be a wise, as Corinne said, I think that'd be very wise. Keep in mind, I think the calendar serves a bigger purpose. Tells employees and parents when we start, when we end, those days aren't changing. When the holidays are, there was a spring break, fall break, could be affected by a day or so here, but those are not changing. It gives us a chance to make sure we can get venues for graduation. Those are big deals. So I think from our perspective, the latter option of approving the calendar, what Sharice and the calendar committee worked so hard on, and then with a caveat that an adjustment could be coming.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
So a couple things. One is if we are going to do a survey, one of the things it's also on the forefront of my mind is the fact that we have a survey coming up with regard to the community's input about whether or not we push start times back for high schools. That's around the corner. And so while we're looking at schedules, I don't know if we combine those 2 things to go in the same survey, so we're not inundating the public with the 2 things that they might get confused about. I don't know, they might still get confused about it, but at least we're sending out 1 survey instead of 2. The other is I would not be opposed to surveying both teachers and parents about the idea of doing a Monday. I know that actually some of the local school districts have had Mondays off at the end, like for instance, after our fall break, some of them actually had Monday off. I'd be curious to see whether or not that's something the public would ever be interested in. They might totally shoot it down. That's fine with me. But anyway, those are just 2 thoughts. And I agree with Corinne. I don't know how that process works if in order to allow the calendar committee to move forward with that, if we need to, make a motion tonight and approve it for that to happen, or if we have to wait another board meeting for that to take place. I don't know.
Well, the calendars as presented are 3rd reading and action requested. But the board could, in making a motion to approve them, could say to please note on the calendars that the board is considering converting 2 instructional days to 2 professional development days somewhere around the end of the 1st quarter and the end of the 3rd quarter, to kind of give that much detail, but not maybe identify the specific days yet until gathering the additional information. I'm seeing some heads nod that procedurally might work. Other thoughts or questions? Yeah, Mrs. Shield and then Mrs. Nybar.
Maybe I want to ask the board if they would be in favor of this. I mean, we do have the calendar committee that is representative of everyone in our district. Like, would you be okay if, I'm setting us up to have a meeting, but if the calendar committee has a meeting and we talk about it, and then maybe we can, give you guys feedback, and then you could decide from there where to go. I don't know. That's just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nybar.
That was along the lines of what I was going to say too. I do believe it's always good to use the full strength of our committee, and where we have teachers on that committee, they can ask their fellow teachers as well as far as that goes. I think balanced instruction time is going to be important to teachers, and I think historically we do know that parents would rather have it be lumped in vacation rather than the week before. And with the committee work and discussions with teachers and fellow teachers, it may be something that we can easily decide without the delay. Although I love surveys, I really do. I like to poll and get people's opinions. And we still can, but maybe we can get this moving a little faster. I think the most important thing when I'm out with the teachers talking is just to breathe that relief down, right? And I'm so grateful for all the things we have been doing.
Okay, so this item really is just a proposal first reading. If anyone has any additional input for the administration, I think we've given them a lot of ideas and suggestions as far as, but I'll just summarize. I feel like the board really wants to have additional input before determining the specifics of it. And that input is not only from parents and teachers, but also just kind of an evaluation of what is allowed by the law, by this little caveat in the law, I guess. The provision in the law that allows a district to do this, to make this substitution of instruction days for professional development days, and what the specifics of that day would look like. I feel like that would be an important piece of information that would need to then go out to the stakeholders for them to make an informed, provide informed input. So, did I miss anything else of summarizing the discussion? So, yes, Superintendent.
One comment, I think, kind of to get clarity is, I don't know if the word is assurance, but I guess I'm a little nervous about if it's still up for debate about whether or not we do the days and the calendar committee moves forward. And then for some reason we change direction on that. In my mind, that may end up causing more chaos than making an assurance or a statement that these days will be included. It's just a matter of what day or the end of October and March that they'll be placed. And then that way we can come back with, here's what the parameters are and the provisions under the law. I think the calendar committee, actually, I really like that idea that it is representative of a cross section in the district. So maybe a combination of the two coming back would help the board determine which days.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. I think most of the board members have expressed support for this concept. It's just kind of the details and then getting that additional information and input, vetted out a little bit further than the seven of us at this point. Mr. Milliberg.
I think it's clear that everybody on the board is supportive of the 2 days, but I don't know that I'm clear. I made the point of Fridays are not my first pick. I would like to know how other board members feel on a day other than Friday for those 2 days, because I think that's important for the calendar committee to know that as well.
Okay. Does anyone have any thoughts, additional kind of input that they'd like to provide? Mrs. Schill?
Well, can I just ask a question to go along with that? Does it mean they for sure will not collaborate on that Friday? Have we decided for sure they're not collaborating on the professional development?
No, I think
that's up in the air.
In my mind, it
your point,
seems like there's a couple of options, right? To do Fridays, do another
what
day.
I was understanding is I'm going back to where we approved Friday as an early out day for PLC. And we were very specific that they would not hold other meetings in the school to run conflict with PLC. And if we're giving the teachers a day, let's give them a day, not a half a day. Because I'm not willing to pull back or pull in on the PLC time on those Fridays.
Yeah, so,
And maybe that runs conflict if we're tacking days onto holidays.
well, yeah, so I think the administration could come back with those parameters, what it would look like on a Friday and what it would look like on another day of the week. And then so that the board can understand all of the parameters that go along with it is kind of how I see it. And I think what they were saying, the point with moving it off of that particular Friday is it doesn't exactly align with the end of the quarter for the grading. And so I think another piece of information would be exactly what does that mean for instruction and teachers. It was mentioned that most of those high school classes are semester length classes. So, you know, yes, balancing the days and stuff, but how important it is it in a semester class to balance the days between quarter one and quarter two? You know, I don't know how important that is, but to me, that's kind of information that I think is relevant to deciding on the days. And then, yeah, I mean, to your point on a Friday, if we want to protect that PLC time, but also the board rule requires X number of hours of actual professional development, which is not necessarily teacher prep time, then what does that mean, right? And just let's kind of put numbers, minutes, hours together and take a look at it.
But if you give them time off to do report cards, that is not teacher development time.
Right, but maybe if what the board rule requires is 2 hours, I think the superintendent said something along those lines, then anyway, I just think it would be helpful to see it all mapped out.
We can come back with some creative ideas. I mean, I think there's potential there's in person, but there's also, technology allows Zoom, it allows modules. I mean, there's a lot of ways people like to access learning and how they, so maybe we can come back with some ideas that might help that. So.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay. And then timing wise, I think it's probably not realistic to expect it back next meeting. So that first business meeting in January. And then by that, hopefully we have all the information put together that we can really look at an informed decision. Any concerns with that? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That concludes that item. And now we will just turn the time over for the next item on the agenda. I'll turn the time over to, where did my thing go? Okay. To the approval of the 2023-2024 school calendar and a tentative approval for 24-25 and 25-26 school calendars. And as has been mentioned already, this is a third reading with action requested. So I will turn the time over to Sharice Hilton, Student Engagement Program Administrator.
Sorry, I thought I was done. I apologize. So based on the previous conversation we just had, as I mentioned, you do have hard copies of all of the most updated calendars. We've taken your feedback and we've cleaned them up and taken a look at fall break, which again, we defaulted to the directive from the board and the guidelines. That's the third full week of October, but we are very willing to take further feedback if you'd like to see different things done there. So these calendars should be ready for you to review. Again, we've taken all the feedback, but I'm happy to answer any other questions. I did mention earlier, we have gone through and counted the days in each quarter. We've counted A days and B days to make sure those are balanced as well, because that is something that comes up in the committee often, is to have
that balanced. So, but I'm happy to address any other questions you might have.
Great, thank you, board. Any other questions on this? No. But I do have one thought. You mentioned the guidelines that the board has adopted in policy.
Yes.
So back to the previous discussion, that would be another thing that we would probably want some information on, is how to adjust those guidelines that are currently in policy.
Absolutely.
So, okay, Mrs. Oakes.
I'm happy to make a motion unless somebody else is interested in saying something else. Any other questions? Okay, this might need a little help. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2023 school calendar and tentative approval for, how does this work? Do I make tentative approval for 2024, 2025 and 2025 to 2026 school calendars with the provision that 2 instructional days be converted to professional development days to be determined by the board at a future meeting. The dates of which will be determined by the board at a future meeting.
Oh, okay.
I'll second. Okay. Can I just make a comment? Okay,
Yes,
we have
absolutely.
a motion and a second. And so now we'll have discussion to the motion, and I'd like to just comment on your motion. The way you worded it, it sounded like the board is approving those 2 days. However, I think that's a separate approval process.
Okay.
So I think the clarification that would be tied with the calendar is that the board is considering converting 2 days.
Okay. So don't we redo this? Considering 2 days. I figured I would need some feedback. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2023-24 school calendar and tentative approval for 2024, 2025 and 2025 to 2026 school calendars, with the understanding that the board is considering converting 2 instructional days to professional development days to be determined at a future board meeting.
I second that. Okay, thank you. A motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion? Okay, seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next item is a policy update. Policy 300.07, student conduct on buses, and policy 600.06, school library materials, selection and review. These are up for second reading. And I will turn the time over to Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel.
Thank you, President Chingy. As indicated on board docs, there are 2 policies for second reading. The first one is student conduct on buses. The policy committee recommends an update to policy 307, student conduct on buses. As part of the negotiated agreement with the Educational Support Professional Association, the policy committee would agree to review this policy, and a member of the negotiations team would be invited to attend the meeting. As we address this policy in the first reading, there were questions raised primarily about training provided to bus drivers. And so I want to review just a few updates to the policy. In it, the policy, we clarified that school bus drivers will receive specialized training for discipline situations on the bus. That's going to be through a program called Aspen by Totem. And that's already as a train the trainer model being done with de-escalation tactics with other employees already in the district. And so the intent with this policy is we're in the process of developing a training manual for our bus drivers that will be an exhibit to this policy moving forward. And in that meeting that we had with the policy committee, we reviewed all of the updates to the policy and discussed adding that exhibit. We had members from the transportation department in our meeting, and we also reviewed where in our discipline policy we have procedures addressing bus conduct and situations where we address in our discipline policy how bus drivers will send that information to schools as needed. The other provision we added at the end of the policy is when we have police or law enforcement respond to a bus situation, we added protocols where the district will notify the parent or legal guardian of the students on that bus as needed. So I can answer questions regarding the student conduct on bus policy before I transition to the other policy, if there's any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on this one? Mrs. Arnold?
So,
And then,
so when you say, sorry, when you say the district will notify, are you talking about the people at the district office level or the people at the administration level at the school that the student was at?
So in the policy we drafted it as the district will notify, but it would be whatever school they're at. We just that the parent or legal guardian will be notified if a student was on that bus and police was responding to the bus.
Just for clarification, so administration at the elementary knows they're the ones who's doing it, not that somebody from the district office is doing it. And so when you use that terminology, district, is that what we always use to say that the administration from the school will notify?
In the majority of the policies, when we refer to actions that will be taken, we can refer to the district. If we want to specify specifically administrators, we could note that in the policy. I mean, this is for second reading. If we want to be that specific, I think we left it more general that the district will reach out to the parents or legal guardians of students on the bus. That could be through our transportation department, the schools.
Well,
we didn't specify,
but
we did specify that
somehow
someone will be notified and the parent legal guardians will be notified.
And we did talk about that through Skylert, the transportation department is able to identify families that are specific to that particular bus. So it would probably be done through that type of a notification process.
Your goodness. We're going to Skylert the parent about the police stopping at a transportation thing. I don't think that's what you really want to do. I really think you want to call the parent, not Skylert the parent.
Well, I mean, it would be whatever communications they do. Sometimes Skylert is a phone call or a text message. It's however the parent has signed up to receive notifications.
In our discussions in the policy committee, the issue is if police or law enforcement respond to a situation of a bus that has an issue and law enforcement is called, we felt that it was not only important to notify the parents or the students that may be involved, but any other student that may have been on the bus if police respond. So that was our intent. So communication would be developed and transferred through whatever means are appropriate.
No, I agree. I agree that they need to be notified. I'm just trying to think as a parent that I want a text sent to me that says, you know, there's a bus and there's a bus issue and your child is involved. I mean, like, I don't know. I was just trying to think through that whole thing. And then what happens when somebody goes, well, I thought the administration would do it at the building. And then somebody else says, no, I thought that the district office people were going to do that. And then somebody else saying, I thought somebody else was going to do that. I don't know. I think it needs to be a little bit clear about who's going to do that Skylert or who's going to do that information. I'm not sure. I don't know. Okay.
So the other piece that we will develop as part of the exhibit is the training manual for all employees that are bus drivers. As part of that exhibit, we can have our protocols included in that manual as we make contact with parents and legal guardians.
Okay, so I was just thinking of a time. So I took some students from when I was in Jordan School District, when we were a big school district, down to the bottom of the gully over by Smith's on 13th, is it? Down there for a field trip, right? And we were on the bus. I mean, the buses went over there and we dropped the kids off and we had our field trip. And we came up to eat at the tables up there by Smiths that they had at the Dimple Dell. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where the Dimple Dell Park is. Anyway, underneath the tables were a whole bunch of wasps. And within minutes, all the kids were engulfed in wasps and being stung. And the parents were being stung. And we were trying to call the police and call the ambulance and the bus driver was trying to handle all of that. And I guess I'm trying to think like the worst scenario, right? So, so they had to take some parents and some students to the hospital that were stung like 23 times, 30 times, 40 times. And, so yes, I'm thinking we really need to respond quickly. I don't know how you respond to every individual parent. I mean, we had the emergency cards with us and we were calling the parents on the emergency cards as fast as we could. I'm just trying to think of a big situation happen on a bus, then how you connect with the parents. I know you're saying that the bus drivers have Skyward that they can log into and find the parents.
Not the drivers, but the dispatchers at the district. I see we have some folks here from transportation. Maybe they could kind of walk us through their practice.
I work in transportation, and one of the routers. And so, sorry, I help create the routes for a fourth of our district, the bus routes. And we actually have the infrastructure in place. If there was an issue that came up where we had to call the police, it's already in place where we're in the office most of the time and we're able to pull student lists really fast and call parents. So it really isn't, we're really not changing our procedure or our practice very much by just adding that into the policy.
Okay. I just was trying to think through it. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Other questions or comments, Mr. Millerberg?
I do agree with Clarine, though, that the district is one of those all-encompassing terms. And I would feel more comfortable if it said something like district transportation department would notify. Or if you want to, move that into the district office, that it would be, I don't know whose desk that lands on, but I agree with Clarine. The worst thing I can see happening is somebody thinking the district means somebody else, and it's not well defined, and nobody called. Good feedback.
Any other comments or questions on this one, Mrs. Nybar?
I'm just grateful that we're providing in that policy the detail that the bus drivers will get additional training, because I know that conduct on the bus has been getting worse and that there have been issues, and which is why we've taken a look at that. So I am grateful that we're providing support that way in that role, because it's difficult to be driving a vehicle and trying to maintain good behavior on the bus all at the same time. So thank you to our bus drivers, and hopefully this policy will help them in that.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
So maybe we're giving behavioral assistance and training, but specifically it was not for all bus drivers at the same level. This is going to be our special education bus drivers, correct? And maybe that. And
So
then
we
we had
talked
another
about-
level for the other bus drivers. It was not as intense. So this training that you're talking is mostly for special education bus drivers. This is
So the model intent is, rather than do this training as we've done our in-service, which is all bus drivers in one large group, the intent is to do it in smaller groups and then systematically move through our bus drivers so they receive specialized training. So over time, it would be the intent that we would train all our bus drivers on how to address those situations. And then if there's specific modules for specialized situations, they would receive those as well.
But I thought when we were talking, there's almost two tiers. One is a generalized behavioral supports for all bus drivers, and for special education bus drivers, there was a higher level of training because there tends to be more behaviors on those buses.
I think as we look at the modules that are available, we'll address it so that we have the appropriate training for those that are on those specific specialized ABS buses, and what's appropriate for regular routes as well.
And when we added to this policy, it's not just when the police were called, it's when they actually responded to the scene. Mostly because the kids either go home and say, when police showed up on my bus on the way home, and the parents can go, what the heck happened? So if they knew a little bit before that, that might be helpful. And I think you were talking that probably transportation would be the one doing that, or I guess we could decide that, and you're not in policy, but in your own procedures or something.
Yeah, right now our responsive services department is doing some of the Aspen training. We'll look and see how that best fits. We can work with our student services department that has that training.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or feedback on this policy? Okay, thank you.
This is policy 600.6, school libraries, materials, selection and review. And what I'd like to do is just review the timeline and facts. These slides were presented in our last meeting, but just to review, when we adopted this policy, it was revised in January 2022 to include 3 levels for reconsideration of library materials. Where previously we only had 1. So now that it had at that point a school review, a district level review that could be done by a board member or administrator at challenge level, and the district level appeal. When HB 374 was passed, we brought the policy forward to add the statutory definitions for sensitive materials. We did adjust some timelines and then added procedures to protect committee members that would be involved in either the challenge or the district level appeal. Then in June, we had the AG opinion and an official memorandum regarding library issues. And then later we had LEAs were required to adopt a policy by September 1, 2022 by USBE rule. From January to June, Canyons District librarians have conducted reviews, 9 district level reviews, 5 titles were retained, 4 were deselected. 5 school level reviews and 5 titles were retained. From August to the present, and these numbers were as of our last board meeting, 0 district level reviews, 7 school reviews, 5 of which are pending. 1 title was retained and another title was removed from the catalog as it was lost. At this time, our district has not received or had a challenge initiated as part of the policy. And the proposed policy that's on board docs is looking to refine the review process. In the review process, we did a new title, modified it from before, selection and reconsideration of school library materials. And then elements are listed in this slide and the next. We did add new definitions for temporary restricted access and permanent restricted access. And we alphabetized all of the definitions from the previous version. I want to spend some time on the new process that we added. We added a title review process for what we would call a sensitive materials review. The new process includes a preliminary screening for a description or depiction of illicit sex or immorality. As you recall, in our first reading, we had our general counsel, Dan Harper, review the legal landscape for libraries. He reviewed the statute that was passed with HB 374, and he also spent some time discussing the constitutional test for obscenity and how library materials require not only the review by our state statute, but a constitutional review. I'd like to switch gears. And board members, each of you should have a copy of this sensitive materials review diagram in your packet materials for this evening. This has been updated since our first reading. And what this flow chart is intending to represent is the sensitive materials review as drafted in the policy. As we discussed in our first reading, the first step of this preliminary review would be to review any title we have under 76-10-1227, which is the statute under state law. Under that, you see there are 4 boxes numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4 refer to the elements of the statutory provisions in 1227. So if a book were requested for a sensitive materials review, the first thing that a librarian would do, and this is an answer to one of the questions posed earlier, it would be a licensed librarian doing the complete sensitive materials review, both the preliminary screening and the later full review. So as you see, you have 1, 2, 3, or 4. If the answer to all of those is it does not contain any of those elements, as you can see in the middle of the graphic, that book would remain in circulation for the first part of the sensitive materials review. As you can see on the right and on the left, you see two stop signs in the graphic. What those refer to is if the answer to any of questions 1, 2, 3, or 4 is yes, then under our policy, it would place that title in temporary restricted access pending the completion of the full review, which would be under 45 days, which is outlined in our policy. During that 45 days, as you can see on the graphic, depending on whether the question was 1, 2, or 3, or 4, you see there's a complete review, and this is what we referred to in our first reading as the remainder of the constitutional analysis. You see boxes 5, 6, and 7. If the answer to question 4 is yes, because of the way the statute is drafted, you see that if you follow from the temporary restricted access stop sign down, there are 3 additional questions as part of your full review, which essentially completes the constitutional analysis, 5, 6, and 7. If you answer yes to 1, 2, or 3, which by state statute indicates that the book does not have any serious literary value as defined in that statute, then you only have to ask questions 5 and 6 to complete the full review. And then at the end of the graphic, you can see if your answers to 5, 6, and 7 are no, then the title would remain in circulation. If the answer to any of those questions is yes, then you move to deselection. This graphic is to really help inform the licensed librarian and their work as they go through and do a sensitive materials review. There was feedback we received regarding this proposed process that it might delay the process of having books on the shelf. And in my review, this actually is the opposite. What this does is accelerate the issue of addressing issues that may be on the shelf by allowing that first sensitive materials review to be conducted, at least part A of it, within, as we've outlined, within a short time frame. And then you have the full review, which would occur within a 45-day period. The other piece that we addressed in the first reading is there were other graphics that we showed at that time. The sensitive materials review, and this is to answer another question that was posed earlier, is the sensitive materials review is done once, and that can't be completed again for a 3-year period. So there technically is not an appeal to the sensitive materials review. But then if someone wanted to move forward regarding that title, they would need to initiate the challenge process, which is outlined in the policy. And as you recall from our first reading, the challenge process, once that's submitted, the way the policy is drafted is this sensitive materials review is embedded within the challenge process if it hasn't already been conducted. Just to respond to a few of the other questions raised earlier, as again, an appeal process for a retained book after a sensitive materials review would be the challenge process. There was the question raised about reviews that would be provided to committee members if they were sitting on either the challenge committee at a school level or the district level. Right now in the policy, it's drafted as professional, published professional reviews, and those would come from periodicals that are professional review entities, the school library journal, some of the other ones As our library media specialist Gretchen informed me, one is referred to as Hornbook, Book List, Voice of Youth Advocate. So a variety of professional sources would provide those professional reviews, which would be provided to the committee for the review process. Regarding the questions of permanent restrictions, temporary restricted access is only applicable during that 45-day window while the book is undergoing the full review. Part A, which is the first review, which is the preliminary screening, and the full review. Permanent restricted access is only applicable after a district level challenge appeal. Yeah, district appeal, where the committee determines whether or not that book should remain permanently restricted by parent or legal guardian access. In terms of location of the restricted access under a sensitive materials review, our policy committee did not discuss whether that would apply to one school or all schools. I think if we have a review at one school being requested, potentially it could be placed in restricted access at all schools until that time period is completed and the sensitive materials review is concluded. Let me go back to just a few other elements in the two slides that I may not have touched on already, and then I can ask for questions. A parent legal guardian where the library materials can be accessed is limited to 10 active sensitive material review requests per year at schools. So to clarify, in the policy, a challenge, which is separate and distinct from the sensitive materials review, there's only 2 challenges provided to a parent or legal guardian, but this per year. And the sensitive materials review is limited to 10 active sensitive materials review, which would be the first initial process, which is outlined on the graphic as drafted. So again, a challenge to library materials may be initiated without the sensitive materials review, but we have built in the sensitive materials review to the challenge process if it has not already been conducted. There was a modification to the timeline for the challenge to be extended to 60 days to allow for additional time for review, and 60 school days. And then we maintained the district administrator or board member is limited to 2 active requests. Let's see if I missed anything. Yeah, 2 active requests per year. I recognize that's a lot of information to digest. The policy committee feels that in developing the graphic, we reviewed this in our last meeting. Again, welcome to take additional feedback regarding that. It's a tool really for the librarian, but also communicates to the public what that process will look like. Again, we will likely add what the challenge and appeal process looks like with subsequent documents. One other additional item on board docs, there are a number of exhibits that address particularly how this would impact a parent or legal guardian. As was indicated in the first draft of the policy, and this has not been changed, a parent or legal guardian may request to a librarian that their student not have access to a particular title. That's an exhibit which they would just simply need to send in to the librarian. It's a form, they would send it in. Our thoughts are, as we were building a database to kind of capture the policy before we contemplated these revisions, that will need to be up and going once again. Assuming this, were to be approved, we would begin work on that to try as best as possible to make that user friendly and available for parents and legal guardians. The last element would be titles that are in this temporary restricted access during the 45-day period. Again, at this time, that would be if a student were to be in a library and attempted to check out a book in that temporary restricted access, that would be handled in the catalog in terms of tracking the status of books. If a student attempted to check one out and it were to be flagged, then, and they want to, that a form would go to the parent or legal guardian to complete under the direction of the librarian at this time. Again, with these new procedures in terms of the sensitive materials review, we have not yet. This is a new proposal to refine that process, and we've yet to have a school challenge or a district level appeal. With any process, once it's lived, it can be refined and improved. But I think with our discussions thus far, we've had a lot of, I think, bright people looking at this from a lot of various ways for some time. So with that, I can try to respond to questions that you may have.
Okay, I think there are some questions. Mrs. Nybar and then Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you, Jeff. Not an easy task. Go through all of this. And thank you for addressing all of the questions that were asked in patron comments. I feel, as you have, that we've really gone through and thought through a lot of things as a committee, and everyone's provided a lot of really great feedback. The one thing I thought of after we left, and I think it was mentioned tonight, the idea of permanent restricted access. I know right now as it stands, that can only happen at the district level review, but I was thinking about that after our committee meeting when I went home and kind of thought about it a little more. And if the answer is yes to the 4, so it fails the bright line test, and then say the answer is yes to 5, that the sexual description or depictions in the book patently offensive to prevailing standards in the community, I think we have a range of community here in our district, and some communities that answer to that question would be different than others. And so I was thinking that it may stand to reason that just at that school level, if it fails the bright line test and that the answer is yes, it's patently offensive to that school community, it makes sense in my mind that we have a little bit of local control where just at that school level, it could be in permanent restricted access, because I don't know that I want to put that clear at the district level, because maybe there's a little bit of variability between the different communities we serve within the district. And I was thinking from both sides of the aisle, if I was a parent that was concerned about books in restricted access and said, hey, you know what, in our school community, our community, this isn't patently offensive, but if it is in some of the other communities in the district, so that's just something I've been thinking about. I wanted to mention.
In our discussions with the policy committee, I do recall that initially we were going to give more latitude to the school committee initially, but then we talked about how we felt that that was quite a heavy burden to place upon our committee at the school level for making a determination, because once we make a determination at the school level, then it has impacts for other areas in the district. So that was the rationale to leave that at the district level. I think the other piece to recognize is that once the challenge is developed, again, were it to run afoul of the preliminary review with a licensed librarian, in order to move any further, it would require a challenge. And then automatically, once something is challenged at one school and deselected, then it automatically goes to a district. So my discussions from the policy committee, as I recall, is that we discussed leaving that latitude of determining to permanently restrict a book at the district level.
And my thought was, as we discussed that, we did talk about how there's the appeal process. We did talk about how when it goes to the district level, we wouldn't want the district to necessarily overturn what happened at the school level. It's more looking at it globally through the district level, correct? So it stands to reason that, in my mind, that as you go through this review process, it could very well be that one school and one community may feel like the answer to 5 is yes, and a different community no. So it would still be able to be kicked over to the district level review, and the district could say, you know what, that may be true for that school community, but looking at broadly at the whole, maybe there's these other school communities that we had, those committees are made up of representatives. And so it could be different.
And so I think that allows a little more discretion to the local level without everyone else. And there's also still the appeal process. So that's something that I was thinking. I know that we have heard from different people in the community that go to different schools, and I do think there is a wide range of opinions on what's reflective of the community values. So just something to think about. I'm really happy with everything else.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold and then Mrs. Oaks. Well, I think that the committees met, the committees had discussions, and that it needs to probably go back to be vented at the committee. I don't think we should direct him what to do because we have a committee who's directing him what to do. So I just think it needs to go back to the committee. Thank you, Mrs. Oaks, and then Mr. Millerberg.
So I can appreciate why the public is confused by some of this. There's a wide web, right? I'm trying to understand it. Even I was laughing a little bit because one of the slides talked about how there were 3 levels of review, but then like 4 were mentioned. It's tricky trying to figure out where everything goes, and I can understand why like the perception of like a sensitive materials review isn't that like a regular challenge. You know what I mean? What are the differences? And I'm hoping we could get an infographic that lays out the differences between all of us and how they interface with one another. I think the tricky part is, you know, as you've gotten into the weeds on the law and the policy committee has discussed this at length, your definitions might not work with the synonyms that the public is used to. Like, you know, sensitive materials review sounds like the same to most people as a challenge. And so making sure that that's really clearly laid out is important, I think, for people. And I think has been at the root of a lot of the confusion. You know, after the November 2nd meeting that we had, there was I received a lot of emails from parents that were really upset, not realizing that no full reviews had taken place yet through the policy that or challenges, excuse me. See, there we go. Yeah, had actually taken place yet. And I think it's important for people to understand those distinctions. So whatever we can do to help clarify that, I think would be really helpful. I also think that the question about the temporary restricted access, about where it's held, you know, it's been suggested that it should be school specific. I do have some concerns with that because what does that mean from an equitable standpoint? That's a real question, consistency. And anyway, if we can just I know you guys have worked at nauseam at this, and this is amazing work. In fact, when I saw the infographic, I was so happy because it did clarify for me. I'm a very visual person, clarified for me a lot of things, and this is very difficult to put together after the HB 374 that they handed you. So this is it's helpful, but I do think we need a little bit more nuance, clarity for the public. I do appreciate, I want to say this, I do appreciate our parents coming forward and talking to us about these issues. I know they're very concerning, and there's been a lot of concerns on both sides of the fence. I will say, and Nancy and I have had this discussion, that it's important to remember that when we are a public entity, we have to abide by process. We're under obligation of law to do that, and there have been some people that have been very, very impatient and upset about the fact that why don't you just go and pull books? We cannot do that. And we actually need the cooperation of the public to work with the process and the policy. And we recognize that that might not be perfect, and there's things that we have to learn and figure out. And I'm sure we're going to learn things from when challenges actually are brought forward to the district. And it's a learning process for all of us. You know, I mentioned to Ms. Peterson before in one of our previous meetings that in the whole 13 years of the history of the district prior to this whole last year, no one has ever come forward and challenged a book before. And so we're, you know, it's been a baptism by fire in a lot of different ways, and we're learning along with everybody else. And I have been really impressed by the work of Gretchen and others to work together and figure out something that makes sense for everybody. And so, anyway, I just want to thank you, Jeff, for the work that you've done. I apologize that I'm giving you something else to work on, but I do think it will help everybody and help clarify a lot of confusion for the community.
Thank you, Mr. Millerberg. And then Mr. Wrigley.
Okay. I am about to gain a really, really good respect for the ladies that came and read an excerpt from books to us the one night. And they were talking about how they didn't like doing it. I'm going to join the ranks and I'm not going to like doing it, but I'm going to do it. If I look at your flow chart, row 1 is an OR test. All I have to do is satisfy one of those. Right?
Correct.
Second row is an AND test, which means I have to satisfy all of those. Okay. Now, if I look at the first one, let's just assume for argument's sake that I've got a book and it does depict human genitals in a state of arousal. And let's also say that the book does describe the act of human masturbation or sexual intercourse or sodomy. Or the book does also depict fondling or other erotic touching of human genitals in the pubic regions. And this book is a real winner. We're not using an OR test, but it gets AND all the way through to number 4. The book does describe fondling or other erotic touching of the human buttocks, female breast. Okay? Because the answer to 4 is yes. I follow the gray line down and it goes to all of these 5, 6, and 7. Right?
Yes.
And so this book can have sexual descriptions, depictions in the book patently offensive to prevailing standards. We can have, and you're going to have to help me with this word as I get down there. Is it
Prurient interest.
Taken as a whole, as the average person, contemporary community standard, find that the book appealed to the prurient interest in sex in minors. And then number 7, written in the negative. So to satisfy this one, I have to get a double negative, right? Taking the book as a whole does not have serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. But I say it does have that. And so it comes out as a no, because it's written in the negative, right? So even though this book has got all that stuff in it, because it failed the AND test with number 7, it follows the line down to if no to 5, 6, or 7, it remains in circulation. Is that really what we want to have happen?
So as I'm hearing all these voices behind me, we're required under the statute to follow.
If it has redeeming social value, then it can stay in circulation no matter how bad it is.
So let's go back and review. So 1227 is the first 4 prongs, and that's the initial test that is in the state statute.
And you've broken number 4 out for a separate item.
And the reason why 4 is just slightly different is because that prong under the statute, 1, 2, and 3 indicate that the book, if it has any of the materials in 1, 2, and 3, it doesn't have any serious literary, scientific, or other value as the statute is drafted. 4.
So if it fails 1, 2, or 3, it follows the blue line.
Correct. If
Even
you have that content in 1 or 2 or 3, you follow the blue line, and both the blue and the gray line are doing what is then referred to as a full review, completing the Miller test.
But the blue line only applies to number 5 and 6.
Correct, because 1, 2, and 3, as drafted in the statute, already by definition indicate they don't have any serious literary, scientific value based on our state statute.
So if I fail 1, 2, and 3,
right? If it says yes to any of those, yes, then you are.
If I say yes to those, it goes down and it only has to fail 5 and 6.
Right. You need to complete the question of 5 and 6. If it's no to all of those and the book doesn't have any of those, then it remains in circulation.
If it says yes to 4.
Yes to 4, then you have to have.
Then I have to pass 5 and 6 and 7.
Correct. in order for it to remain in circulation. If you answer yes to any of, yes to those,
All three of those.
5, 6, and
If I
7.
answer no to any one of them, it stays in circulation.
If no to 5, 6, or 7 below, where that gray line is, where it says if yes to 5, 6, or 7, if you
5
have
and 6 and 7.
right,
You
you got to ask
three.
all three of those questions. Does
Right.
it contain any of those? If you
And
you
so
review it and you have yes to those,
I go through that step. It comes out of 4. I get a yes to 5. It's got all those bad stuff in it. I say yes to 6, and I read 7. Taking the book as a whole, the book does not have serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific. But I say, you know what? This book does have literary significance. And so now I fail 7.
then the book,
Because I
whoever's
say,
doing that
yes,
review,
yes, it does have that.
that would be the constitutional test, and someone, a
And so-
librarian reviewing that, could put that book, if it failed 7, on the shelf. Then, following that, if someone disagrees with the review of the librarian, because we've followed the outstanding legal test, then they can challenge the book.
Then it has to go to challenge.
Well, it would be up to whether or not someone files
If you
against,
want it out of the library, it has to go to challenge.
they would need to challenge the book, because we've gone through the review process and applied the state test and applied the constitutional test of the Miller test. And that is the counsel that in our first reading we had from our legal counsel. And, I'm an attorney of the bar as well. And that is, as we read our opinions from the Attorney General, as well as that opinion with 1227 as the law states, this is the real crux of this issue is, can you follow a 1227 bright line test and just remove the book? And the position that we've recommended is no, that it should go through a review process. And that's, as we've gone through the flowchart, that's the review process.
So I can say yes to 4. I can say yes to 5. I can say yes to 6 and no to 7, and it has to go through review.
And it could at that point remain in circulation by asking those questions. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we all understood that.
Okay.
Good question,
It is
Simone.
confusing
With a double
and,
negative in 7.
But we can
No.
look at
and the
rephrasing
difference
that.
between the or and the and, those are also statutory.
Correct.
So, let's see, Mrs. Nybar, I think you were next, and then Mrs. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Millerberg. That is exactly why I'm interested in being able to have a permanent restricted access. If the answer is yes, like it fails all the bright line and it fails fails 5 or 6 or 5 and 6. It's interesting the way the state statute is written, because at the beginning of the 1227, it acts like if the answer is yes to any of these, then it actually is written, there is no literary value. And then as we've reviewed, it kind of walks it back, and then they play a very political view. But the problem is if we have, my concern is if it does have these things, and it also by a committee during review says this is patently offensive to our community, I would rather it remain in permanent restricted access, so those parents who want their children to read it can sign the form and the parents can read it, the kids can read it. And those parents who don't want their kids to stumble upon it, open on the shelf, and then tell that doesn't happen. It provides a little, I think it meets both concerns. It still is there. It's not deselected. Parents who want the kids to have access, because what if it does have literary merit? Then their kids can have access, but the parents are informed. And so that's.
So I think it's just important to clarify, as the policy is drafted at this point, permanent restricted access is not part of the sensitive materials
I know.
review. That's only
At
through
the
a challenge.
district, Trevi. I know,
At a
it's
challenge
And
process.
yes, and we've discussed it in the committee and at one point we were talking about it being able to have permanent restricted access at the local school level. And I'm just with what Mont was saying, I agree with Mont. And that's why I was talking about that permanent restricted access. I would like that to be at the local school level. If it fails the bright line test and if it patently offensive, I would like that school community with that committee be able to say, you know what, it's going to be behind the circulation desk, because I feel like we're meeting both concerns. Parents who want their children to read it can sign a form and they can read it, but parents who don't want their kids to stumble upon it, they won't. And so I think we really do need to look at that more closely.
Mrs. Arnold and then Mr. Wrigley. So I agree with Amanda and I agree with. And Holly, sorry, Holly, it just went blank. I think I agree too, that once you get down there, it doesn't go back on the shelf until it goes through the next process. And it needs to be another layout like this about what that process is before it goes back on the shelf at all. And I agree with Mont, the double negative has to be taken out of there. But I'm just thinking that if you even match number 4, and Mont, I'm not reading it, okay? Y'all can read it for yourself, because
That's an easy one to read.
I really try really hard to I've never listened to dirty jokes. I've walked away. Well, that's a lie. One time someone told me a dirty joke and it never went out of my mind for years, but they can tell me clean jokes all the time and I can't even remember to tell them the next day. So I just want you to know, ladies, I'm really sorry, but all those words you put in my mind, it's taken me a long time to tell my brain to stop thinking about it. Although I do know and I understand what you're saying. Okay. I get it. So, so number 4, if it's only number 4, then we go down to 5, 6, and 7, correct? So, but all 3 goes down to 5 and 6, but it doesn't have to go to 7 months, right?
No,
So these three, they go down and they do 5 and 6, so you don't have to do that one. But the number 4 goes down and it has to do all of those 3, right? So I guess my question is why does number 4 get to be so special?
It's drafted that way in the statute.
It's a little lighter on, it's porn light. Because I'm sorry, it shouldn't be that funny, but it shouldn't be at all that funny. I'm hoping that if the number 4 is there, that 1, 2, and 3 are there too, because I don't understand how it can't be. When you look at it and read the descriptions on 1, 2, and 3, they are exactly 4. So I don't understand how 4 can stand alone, if that makes any sense. It's the law. All right. So anyway, so back to my thing. I believe Holly's right. I believe Amanda's right. And Mont, that we need to leave this setting somewhere, like Holly said, until we've come to a final decision about what we're going to do with that book. And or before I leave the board, I'll go check all the books out. And then you guys can send me a letter of how much all the books cost and I will reimburse the district. No, I'm just teasing. Please don't post that anywhere. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
I have never in the 12 years that I've sat on this board took this much time on a policy. But I think we've gone a long ways in doing some stuff. I feel like I'm sitting on the Supreme Court. This is a First Amendment right issue that we're dealing with. This is probably, we don't typically deal with First Amendment rights as a policy board. So that's why it's been so difficult. This policy here from when it just basically is whether it's in circulation, addressing the policy of the parents to get it off the shelf if there's a request made during this time. Is that correct?
So yeah, the changes we're recommending from our existing policy as it stands is to clarify the process of doing a sensitive materials review, which is the state statute. At the same time, in developing the sensitive materials review as outlined in the graphic, based on review of case law and the legal standards under the Constitution, we're reviewing the material to determine whether it is consistent with the obscenity test as defined in Supreme Court case law.
Yeah. So
the Miller test.
The case is, it's a two-pronged thing. I mean, this is a quick way to address a lot of the parents' concern that during the review process, this book was on the shelf. And this is a way for us to put a legal process through to make sure that this book got its day in court before we took it off the shelf. I guess. As we
learned in the state, just removing books off the shelf without any review runs potentially afoul of the Constitution as a prior restraint. In order to follow the process, districts are required to adopt a process. We have had a process for review, which we call the school review. What this is attempting to do is do a complete review of the book, which we're calling a full review, prior to
taking off the shelf
and looking to determine whether it has any of the elements as defined under state statute and should potentially be removed from the shelf for containing sensitive materials.
And the policy also now allows us to meet the rights of the parents that don't agree with the people want to take it off the shelf at this point.
The policy had a challenge process as well as an appeal. And what we've now done in the policy is initially you had to do a school review before initiating a challenge, and that requirement has been removed. Any parent can initiate a challenge without any prior review of the book. And we've embedded this part that's consistent with state statute in the process to follow the law.
Okay, because we spent a lot of time on this trying to meet everybody's needs on both sides of the aisle. I don't think anybody I've talked with wants sensitive material on the shelf. Problem is we don't have the same definition of sensitive material. So we're going specifically by what the law says and using the Miller test and using the bright line test, which sort of gives us a definition now, correct? But then we're going through this process. It allows us to take it off the shelf, which was the original question about the parents that came, that they wanted it off the shelf.
We place it in temporary restricted access pending a review.
And it gets its full day in court. It gets a full review because we have parents on the other side saying, I don't want it off the shelf. And I want it to have, and I don't want somebody telling me this is a sensitive material or not. I just, if I don't think it is. So it sort of meets both sides of parents that are concerned that it came through and a whole process to go through. Then at the end of this, it can be decided to be deselected, or in some cases we're talking about it may be restricted for not in this policy, but in the next policy that goes through. So if it's not deselected, then it goes through the appeals process, basically.
So the graphic that is being represented only determines whether or not it has sensitive materials.
That's it. Yeah.
The later processes in the policy, which is a challenge or an appeal, would determine whether or not a committee makes a determination of whether or not the book may or may not remain in circulation.
Or a district level review.
Or they could, at that point in an appeal, they could make a determination regarding permanent restricted access, which would require a parent or legal guardian to access the book.
And so initially we had a lot of parents concerned that LGBT books or other books may be pulled off the shelf. Some of them may have sensitive materials in them. Rather than going through the whole process, if they have sensitive materials in here, then it takes them off the shelf during that process.
Yeah, so during the challenge process, a book may be challenged for a variety of reasons, as we've laid out in our criteria.
Mm-hmm.
And a challenge is not limited to sensitive materials. It could be topic. It could be author. It could be a variety of reasons why they may be contesting the book.
But if that challenge, if that topic has a sensitive material, that automatically gets them
This
into-
process is
this
automatically.
process automatically gets it in there, which is far greater than what the previous one had. Is that correct?
Yes, our challenge process did not previously have a sensitive materials
So
embedded in the process.
so that meets the requirements of a state law to make sure that doesn't have
Yes.
that in there. I don't know what else we could do on this. I mean, and still meet the needs of all of our people.
So, as you know, this is only one graphic, and this was the one we've worked on. In my first reading, I presented a graphic that showed the challenge and the district appeal. There will be a suite of graphics that we're working on to get them all right for this process. Recognizing that it's a complex legal issue and wrestling with a First Amendment issue, as you already noted.
So, and I think you brought this up before, for example, in number 4, it could be a graphic rape, which would not cause a prurient issue. Right. I mean, that's something that may be, it's not sexual. It is sexual, but it's not sexual in nature. It's not to entice you. It may be
One of the
somebody
tests
talking about a rape, they were severely raped and explain the rape. And that may pass 4 and go back down to here and then has to meet the other criteria.
So one of the questions in the Miller test is whether it appeals to the prurient interest in sex in minors. And you may have a graphic description of an issue that may not appeal to that, but maybe that doesn't meet that test. And that would be difficult to address, but that would be what is required under the statute and the constitutional law to address. Yes.
All right. And then just the last thing to Holly's request. I don't know. It's interesting deciding which school is going to keep the book and not keep the book. Because it may be a very liberal school decides to not keep the book and a very, conservative school decides not. And then there's got liberal and conservative parents that are within the school. So
You got to have a process.
I don't know. It just gets so complex. Thank you.
It is very complex. Okay, everyone had a chance. Oh, okay, Mrs. Nybar.
Just one last thing, the USPE guidelines on the library materials reviews. It's the 3 R's. It's restricted access, retain, or remove. And as I just looked it up and read through, and I'm just thinking that, the 4 of us that are saying, yeah, we would like an opportunity to have a permanent restricted access on part of this paper. It looks like that very much follows the guidelines that USBE has set forth for us, that it could very well be at this point. And when Steve was saying we're meeting the concerns of all parents, I would say yes and no, because again, I do feel that if it fails the bright line test and is patently offensive, I think we may cause a lot of concern for the parents that have come and been vocal about the concern of leaving these books on the shelf, because then we'll have a whole process that says, look, it failed this, it failed this, it failed this, and we determined to put it back on the shelf. I don't think those parents are going to feel comfortable with that decision. I know there's a challenge process, but I think they're going to say, hey, we don't like your policy, So I think, and again, with the restricted access, I like that because it's a little bit different than deselect, because then those parents who want their kids to be able to check it out can sign the form and they can. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay. This was discussed extensively in our committee, and really when I at the risk of taking a little more time, I've just been thinking we've made a very complex thing even more complex through this discussion. And as you look at it, if a book meets 1, 2, or 3, it automatically quickly goes to the full review where they read it, and then really quickly, most likely, I'm sure the answer to 5 and 6 is going to also be yes. I mean, the only way a book that meets any of that top line criteria stays in review is if it has value as a whole. And the statute says if it meets 1, 2, or 3, it doesn't have value as a whole. And the reason we're doing 5 and 6 is just a double protection of process for the Miller test, the federal case law, all of that kind of stuff, right? I mean, it's actually more simple than it looks like in my mind. And as far as kind of the idea of having a permanent restriction come out of the review process, I think that in some ways violates the idea of having a committee process make that more of a permanent decision. Because right now, this is all being conducted by one employee. And in my mind, that, I mean, yeah, the 1, 2, 3, and then a quick 5 and 6, that's pretty obvious, right? And then it goes to deselection. But to make that kind of a permanent decision, and this is what the committee talked about, it should happen at the district level, because even at the school challenge level, that committee involves some parents, and that's a lot of pressure on parents to make a permanent decision. So that was the rationale that I recall we talked about in the committee. So those are just some of my thoughts on this coming out of this discussion. But I feel like we can discuss this and debate this until we're, I don't even know, till we're all, 10 years older than we are and not get anywhere. I feel like, and we won't, it's impossible to get it perfect at any point in time. But I'm just going to advocate that these changes that we've brought forward, these revisions, are helping to streamline and speed up the process that I know parents have expressed frustration with. And if we continue to debate and try and get it perfect at other stages of the process that, as has been mentioned, we haven't even lived through it, then all that does is delay the streamlining. It delays this quick 1, 2, 3, and then a 5, 6. I mean, so sorry, that's just my 2 bits. But at this point, board, I'll ask, we have this scheduled to come. I mean, this is a second reading. We have this scheduled to come back at our next board meeting with a third reading. I think that, the policy committee we can kind of put our heads together and evaluate the feedback and bring things back to the third reading for the board. Does anyone have any other questions or concerns with that process at this point?
The only thing I would say is, looking at your flow chart, feels like to me the arrow that goes from 3 to 4, that arrow should disappear and leave 4 as a standalone item, and leave 1, 2, 3 together with their OR test, and 4 as a standalone item to go down to get to 5, 6, and 7. Yeah. I think that arrow between 3 and 4 should just disappear.
Good feedback.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Christensen. And those that have also contributed to the work on this project with a capital P. We've had a couple of those tonight. Okay. So thank you very much. Now we will, the next item. Oh, yeah. I believe on the bus policy, there was some feedback about clarifying who does the notification. So we'll bring that one back as well. Okay. Next on the agenda, item 7D, the former item 1F, 2023 legislative priorities. Charlie Evans, I'll turn the time over to Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations, and Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator.
I was gonna punish you guys by extending my presentation, but then I finally realized you guys love these long meetings. So I'm gonna make it short as I can.
Okay.
I think
you've got 2 minutes. No, just kidding.
I handed out to everyone before the meeting the draft of these. I want to just begin by saying that, as always, these are not final. That's why draft is written on it. And to you guys, edit them, change them and approve them. And so this is hopefully something that meets with your approval. It's based on our past board priorities. We've tried to move them forward this year and apply them to what we think the legislative session is going to be like this year and the issues that we're going to face. Of course, we never anticipate everything. But we do know, for instance, that funding, we're always going to deal with funding. As you'll see there, we're asking for a 10%. Am I getting close enough here? A 10% WPU, which is a big number, but something we could possibly hit this year. Both I was at the governor's gala last Thursday night, and both the governor and the lieutenant governor mentioned that their priority is an increase in teacher pay this year. That's also a stated priority in the legislature. I have a feeling at the, up on the third floor, there's going to be some strings attached to that. We'll have to see what those are. I don't get that feeling, although I haven't talked to the governor or the lieutenant governor, but I have spoken with the chief of staff a couple of times. I don't get the feeling that they have those same strings, but the trick's going to be getting it from the third floor down to the second floor. What else should we cover? We'd be happy to take questions. I know you guys have read that very carefully and have a lot of questions over it. And if you guys don't ask questions, then Jeff is going to feel very bad. Now, speaking of our attorney that was just up here a few minutes ago, Jeff Christensen, I'm sorry. So, what questions can we ask?
Questions, comments, Mrs. Shill?
So I think it looks great. So thanks, you guys.
It always looks great. And that obviously was designed by Jeff and Kirsten. So
I love it. It looks awesome. I'm a little concerned about one of the points. So it's on the back. And it's the one that says CSD supports the state's role in setting educational standards and the role of local school boards in determining curriculum and implementation of those standards. Which, yes, I 100% agree with, but the legislature keeps acting like a super school board and they keep just interfering. Like I would just maybe want to take that out, even though we
just delete that whole sentence.
But if the legislature reads that, they're going to think they need to make standards for us.
Yeah, we can.
That's USBE.
We can delete that.
But
we don't have.
Do you guys agree? I mean, I'm just one person, but
I actually thought the same thing with that.
You got that.
I'd rather it be off.
But everything else I think is great. I do think we're hearing a lot about something of vouchers is going to pass. So
yeah, that's what they said. That's what they were saying this year, last last year too.
Okay, so we'll see. Let's hope not, but
we do have.
I'm not going to send up the white flag here in December.
Okay, good, Charlie.
And we do have a pretty strong statement, right, about the use of.
Yep. And the one thing I meant to draw your attention to, which I haven't yet, is I think we have a strong statement in there in opposition to that, and I think elsewhere in the document we point out that any entity which is receiving state funds ought to be held to the same accountability standards. We separated those two because we didn't want to make it seem like that we thought that that vouchers was a fait accompli, but we did want to mention that because if we ever did get to the point where we felt like that was going to be the case, that is something that we would fight for. But that's one of those things, if you start asking for it, they'll say, yeah, we'll give you that. And you're on board. So, it's our plan, unless you guys tell us otherwise, to continue to oppose vouchers the way we always have. Susan reminded me to tell you guys that I think most of you are aware that they rearranged the committees because of the election that just took place. And the House Public Ed Committee has been pretty significantly remade, and it'll be much different to deal with that committee than it has been in the last 3 legislatures. We can only hope that this committee will be as good to public ed as the last committees have been. I would not advise anyone to hold their breath. The other significant change on committees is we've had Representative Elison has been the House Chair of the Public Ed Appropriations for 4 years, for a long time. He's moved on to the Rev and Tax Committee. I was very nervous about who would replace him on the House side. We were very fortunate that Representative Pulsifer has been assigned to do that. And as you guys probably are aware, even though she lives in the Jordan School District, she does now have a significant portion of Canyon School District. Susan Edwards and I very much enjoy working with Susan. She is very interested in Canyon School District and meets with us and talks to us all the time. I'm very encouraged and happy to have her in that position, and she's going to do a great job there. I'm looking forward to working with her in that role, and I know Susan Edwards is as well.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oaks and then Mr. Milliberg.
You may have just answered my question. So I was going to see whether or not it made sense to move the bullets regarding the accountability up underneath the discussion about redirection of taxpayer funds. I now understand why you have it separated out. I will say, when I attended the Excel and Ed conference last week or the week before, they talk a lot about vouchers. And some of the conversations some of the other public ed people and I had was really, if vouchers are on the table, we need to really emphasize the fact that it is equal expectation of accountability. And that means, for instance, like if, to the extreme of, if you're not going to require people who are receiving public funds to go to private schools or even homeschool situations where teachers may not necessarily being accredited, why are you putting handcuffs on us in terms of figuring out how to best bring the teachers forward and make sure that they're effective teachers in the classroom? There's so many different applications that when you start to think about what they are proposing to do and how little accountability it is, if they really equal the playing field for us, what kind of resources we could save and how we could innovate differently, just kind of actually blows my mind a little bit.
They're going to have a lot of money, and this is something else I probably should have said going in. This is going to be probably the last year for the next 3 or 4. There'll be a surplus, a large surplus anyway. And so they will, and as they tried to do last year, and they're going to have even more money to do that with this year, they will try to throw money at us. And that's the correct way to say this. I guess we've demonstrated in the last few election cycles that we can be bought. And so that will be the strategy. And I'm sure that the legislature at least will try to tie the money for teachers' salaries to this is my fear.
They're waving a big stake in front of everyone's face. Yeah. Okay.
On one hand and dollars
Nice.
in the other.
So what kind of rumblings are you hearing about eliminating the firewall between public ed funding and?
Oh, they're going to do that again. They're going to try to do that again. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Milliberg and then Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you for putting I'm looking at the funding portion a little beyond halfway down the list. Thank you for putting that on. The CFD seeks the modification of the certified tax rate to include an automatic annual inflation adjustment while maintaining the rights of local boards of education to set local levies to meet local needs. Never in my lifetime since the late 70s have I seen inflation at the level we see it today. And I think Leon described in our study session what I would call the perfect storm. That we have ESSER funds running out, we have high inflation, and we are locked in to the certified tax rate. The legislature is going to force not only us, but virtually every school district in the state to do a local levy increase.
Yes.
And go through truth and taxation.
When we first started this.
And I just feel like they are the ones that can solve the problem, and they make us the bad guy because we have to have enough revenue to operate the school, but they are forcing us to do the tax increase that they should be doing.
100% agree. I couldn't say it more. Amen. I couldn't say it better. Amen. You know, I just will say, and I don't want to overstate this because it would be so easy to overstate it, but I think we originally put this on our legislative priorities at your request a few years ago. And of course, we're not the only people up there arguing for that. And there are several legislators now that begin to see it our way. And of course, we need 38 and 15. So we're a long way from 38 and 15. But, and like I said, I don't want to overstate it because we're not building a lot of momentum up there, but we are beginning to maybe find some purchase that we can work on that from. But that's years in the future, unfortunately.
You know, and Charlie, and the good news is that bullet point is also on the USDA list of priorities.
Yes.
And which, by the way, it got there the same way as ours did.
I was going to say it's the first year it's on that. Now I think I know why.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley, then Mrs. Nybar.
So yeah, I think you did a really good job on this. It addresses the issues. One of the things I'm wondering if we want to put on this is we have a QR code that goes to our Canyon External Relations, but I wonder if putting a QR code that goes to the USBA's stance on the bills would be helpful. I mean, I think do they not look at that or as to whether or not we support something or not support something and the reasons why for that or not?
Yeah, we don't always line up with their priorities and what they do. I mean, this is your document. We can put that on there if you guys want.
Okay. I don't know
Steve,
if we have anything.
Lexi emails out weekly the positions of JLC.
Did they give that to the
They
legislature?
email it out.
Okay.
Yes. she
All right. I
does.
just
So
was wondering.
we don't need to do that.
Make sure they were getting that. The other one is on their front page, either a darker color or black print. I've been having a hard time reading that without having to put reading glasses on. And most people are probably about the same age I am. It's just hard to read.
Gotcha.
But I mean, I don't either because like second page isn't as bad, but the right print on the blue, but this one is really light print. It could be just because it's the printer, not actually print, but it's whatever. Other than that, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybar.
Okay, my first thing is down at the bottom of this first page, elimination of curricular and general fees at the local level if ongoing replacement funding is provided.
Yes.
I think we need to wordsmith that differently because when I first looked at it, I thought we were advocating to eliminate curricular and general fees, which we're not really advocating for that. We're saying if you're going to continue to do that, we would like some replacement funding. So I think we need to kind of reverse that statement.
We can reword that. Yeah.
Okay. And then I understand, Mom, what you're saying. And, you know, for us not to be the bad guys, my one concern is that if that House Bill 293 is extended, because it comes up due, I met with a lot of parents, Mrs. Oaks did as well. They were very upset about their property taxes going up so high. And when we're talking about inflation and everyone's bills increasing, some of these guys are sitting in 25-year-old homes. It doesn't matter that the value of their home's gone up. They're not selling it. It's just false.
They're getting the legislators are getting a lot of that same feedback, and I would be very surprised to see that extended.
Okay.
It's supposed to sunset.
It is supposed to sunset. I just, if
And
that's going to be our priority, I am a little worried and concerned if there was any chance of 293 being extended. I wouldn't want both to happen.
We obviously will keep an eye on it, and there obviously is a chance it will happen, but it's been brought up several times in interim committee meetings, and I've had conversations with legislative leadership, and the very clear intention is for that to go away with the sunset.
Great. Awesome. And then my last thing was just the kindergarten education for parent choice to participate in full day to actually get a full WPU funding. Just wondering why that was our last. Is that really our last thing? Or are we concerned that other districts are not going to jump on board with that one because of what happened last session? Or?
Right. There's no reason why it is last, and this is your priority, so we'd be happy to move it up. It probably is listed last because that's the last one we came to when we were writing this up.
I would love
No,
to have
for
it
the reason
moved up. I would love to have it moved up because I think our early childhood literacy problems in this state is because of that. And I'd love to have it moved up.
Yep.
I also think as we've had some programs that provide it and then other parents that are writing checks for it, it helps us provide a little better equity too.
Yep.
Any other comments? I would like to just circle back to the one that Mrs. Shield mentioned about the state's role in setting educational standards. I believe the thought there is more around core standards, core academic standards set by USBE. I mean, I'm fine if we want to get rid of it, but I just wanted to.
Well, I'm okay with saying we're in favor of local control, or if we put USBE, but this is going to legislators and they're going to think that we want them to. I mean, to set educational standards, and I don't want them to do that.
So, yeah. And I guess
Just reword it.
I'm just wondering if how do we feel about having something in there though about claiming our right as a locally elected board to determine curriculum? Because, exactly what we don't want to have happen is have the state tell us what our curriculum should be.
Yeah, and I agree. Yes, I agree with that. And I do think, I think that is what you're getting at is local control, but I just don't like the beginning of that where it says, the state's role.
So if we could word it to just have more emphasis on local boards determining curriculum.
Yes, I agree with that.
Everyone okay with rewording that one? Okay, sorry, it's getting late. So one other point that I wanted to bring out is that these quick facts still need to be updated. Those are from a year or two ago. And
They are updated, aren't they, Jeff?
yeah, and then
Okay.
And then I think the idea with the
For every one question I get about what's on the left, I can get 10 questions about this. That's what the legislators read.
Yeah. And then
What's that?
the QR code thing, I know there was, you brought that up, but I think that with the QR code that can take the viewer to a website or a page that would have kind of supporting data
Yes, that's our intention.
for a lot of these
Yes,
points, so that if they want to do a little deeper dive into it, they can.
exactly.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
So I don't know whether or not this needs to be on the legislative priorities sheet or handout or not, but something I've been thinking a lot about. I had a conversation recently with Susan Pulsifer about this, about the fact that a lot of legislators up on the Hill have this perception that when they are discussing educational bills and they come back from having talked to education, sometimes they leave board members out of that conversation, not realizing that we really are the elected representatives of the parents. And I think if there was a better understanding of that, some of the punitive education bills that got legs last year would have quickly lost momentum. And I just am wondering, I don't know if it's worthwhile to put something on here that we assert the fact that, as elected representatives of our communities, that we are, and like the most critical voice, educational voice, and should be considered in decisions about how that interacts with what happens on the ground and in our respective areas, and that we do share constituents with them. I don't know. I don't know if the best thing is to include it there or just to have that conversation more consistently with them. I don't know what your thoughts are.
I talked to Representative Pulsifer about that as well several times. I think a couple of things to remember is the way you all have this structured with Charlie and I up there all the time is slightly different. And we stress that every time we talk to them, that we are representing our board. So if something happens and they have a question, we say we've got to get back to our board. If something comes the other direction from you, it's coming from the board. And so I think not every district does government relations like we do. And that's important to remember, that we try to represent you and only you. We don't have, not that we don't have a stake in the game. That's not the right way to put it, but we're representing you and we make that very clear. And then two, the structure we have with you all coming up there every week to meet, both for JLC and then with us, with our team every week, also solidifies that, I think, and provides your representative that you have up there every week. So if we need to be meeting with people or we need you in those meetings, then we can do that. So I think in Representative Pulsifer has indicated, yes, but not everybody does it like Canyons. And so I think she's wanting some help getting other people to connect in the manner that you all already are connecting through us.
Right. And I think every time I've had a conversation with a state legislator in the last, a few months or whatever, and kind of talk through some of how those bills came out and how it would impact us on the ground, it was interesting to see kind of light bulbs go off for them. Like, oh, we hadn't thought about that. We hadn't thought about that. I don't know. The more conversations we have with them and the overlap of what our constituents are saying, what we're hearing from the public and how that interfaces with us is just so important. And I appreciate what you guys do as a result of that.
I think you're onto something there. A lot of these bills that were so punitive last year were coming from relatively legislators who had not been in the legislature very long. And so they have not gained an appreciation for that. The longer someone's in the legislature, the more they know us, the more they know you, the more they know they have to move outside of their own political base to maintain their position in the legislature. They began to realize that we're not the enemy and that we can all work together. And they hopefully that's why these bills are usually filed by people in their first or second term.
Yeah, who are hearing from people with like a very narrow experience. It's not like a big picture experience. Yeah, representative of the state.
The other thing is, please remember that January 12th is our legislative lunch with our all of the Canyons legislators, and you all are invited to be there. So please do.
And we usually have pretty good attendance of that.
Okay,
So-
any other thoughts or comments or feedback?
My intention would be, can I do this now? Is we'll edit this with what the suggestions, directions you guys have given us. Then we'll circulate it back to you guys via email, and we'll put a date on there, give you several days or a week to look at it. And if we haven't heard back from you in that week, then we're going to print it and start distributing it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe that concludes our business for this evening. And so I will turn time to the superintendent and then to business administrator for their reports.
Okay, thank you, President Tingy. Real fast, first, thank you to everybody that participated tonight. It's late. So in your board materials, there's a handout. It's this one page. I appreciate Jeff and Kirsten putting this together. And thank you, President Tingy, for your leadership on this. But it describes the presentation that we're doing on January 6th. So at USBA conference, which is exciting that we got that invitation. So thank you, Amber and Richard Stoll, for that. And you kind of see the process. We're thinking of, we'll have 2 sessions that we'll present in. So there'll be an opportunity for 2 panels. So kind of the format right now we're thinking of is just a recommendation or suggestion would be, we'll put together a really nice kind of a highlight video of the district and the process. It'd be short, maybe 3 to 4 minutes to open up. And then maybe just a few slides on some universal principles or actions that maybe smaller and urban districts could subscribe to in this process. And then we would do just a Q&A with you all. I think everyone there is going to want to hear your perspectives on the process. So that's we get 45, 50 minutes. So I think that would take all of it. So there's just kind of an overview. And I think President Tingy we were thinking maybe tonight, if you want to decide which panel or how that might look, we could do that, or we can do that another time.
Yeah, you can let either Rick or I know, I guess. So we're asked to present this the Saturday morning portion of the conference. And there will be 2 times, so it's repeated. So if you have a preference, whether it's first hour or second hour, we thought by taking turns, then you can go see another workout or workshop or breakout session during the other times. So if you have a preference, let me know. Otherwise, I think we can I'll make assignments and let you guys know. Mrs. Schill?
So I will have to be doing another class at that time. So I don't think I can
For both of
participate.
the hours?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I can let you know, but I just wanted to tell you that. So yeah, so
Okay.
other people, please.
Okay.
Sign up.
So how about, yeah. Let me just take a quick poll here. Will you be there Saturday morning, Mrs. Nybar? Okay, and Mrs. Oakes, will you be there? And Mont, you'll be there? Okay. So if there's, Mont, do you have another assignment that morning? Okay. All right, well, let me know and we'll just kind of we'll divide it up and assign either first hour or second hour. Okay, so if everyone's okay with that, then I'll just do that and let you know. Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. Leon, Mr.
Just a
Wilcox?
couple things really fast. We mentioned Michelle Shimon. Thank you for her service. She was on the board retiree list tonight. 2 other people I think I want to mention and who have been here with us since day 1 who will be retiring. One is David Haywood. He is our administrator in our IT department over our infrastructure of our computers, cybersecurity, our email, our servers, everything dealing with the hardware there. He'll be leaving us in January for retirement. Wish him well. He's again been with us since day 1 the district started. So thank you to Dave. Another one is Chris Epler. He's our energy manager. I think he actually has spoken to the board a couple times on our water conservation projects and our energy conservation. Done a fantastic job with where we are with both of those. So he'll be leaving us actually next week. So wish those 2 guys who've been with us since day 1, as well as Michelle, the best of luck and everything that they've done. Just appreciate Saturday, Amber and Mont inviting Nancy and I to address, be part of the new USBA board member training. Had a fantastic time. We got about 50 great new board members coming on in the state, and particularly Andrew and Karen for attending. Had a great time with them. So thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, board members, if you have any additional comments, let's start with Mrs. Schill and we'll just work down the line.
So I just want to thank Nancy and Leon for presenting, and also I want to tell Mont he did an awesome job. He was the head of the committee for that new board member workshop, and we had about 100 people there. I was just like so excited to see so many people there. We had a great attendance, and I really appreciate Andrew and Karen for attending. And hopefully they learned something. Hopefully they enjoyed it. So that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybar.
Well, I was running a basketball tournament over at Corner Canyon this weekend, but reached out by text to Karen. Grateful that she was able to go to that. And Andrew, I need to get his number, but welcome aboard, and I hope you enjoyed that event. I want to give a shout out to our custodians. Actually, for a few years now, I've been in charge of this basketball tournament. We have teams come from all over. It's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and it's this big effort because parents run concessions and tickets and clocks, and there's all these assignments and hospitality room for coaches and refs. And we have a lot of teams that come to us, and our custodians rocked it this year. Last year was a little rough because we have so many kids coming in with food and things, but this year they did such a stand-up job. And as we were closing out and counting cash boxes and leaving at 10:30, they were gearing up with their mops and just, they did a great job. And sometimes we forget to thank those supports that really make a difference for us, as we had sometimes really the
the only view the community gets for our schools is attending events like that. And when they come in and the facility is nice and clean and people are friendly, that's their takeaway from our schools. And so I was very proud of our district and our school and our custodians for that. Just a quick thank you to Miss Davis. She teaches AVID and PE, and Miss Rev math and social studies here in Sandy. I work with a lot of kids in our practice, and from time to time I'll ask them who their favorite teacher is, and I love hearing the stories about how these teachers make a difference in our kids' lives, and I asked about that teacher who teaches AVID, Miss Davis, and this patient just brightened and she said, you know what? She makes everyone feel included and important. Isn't that awesome? So thank you to the teachers, and thank you. We had a big night to all those committees that help us with that life skills curriculum, and everyone that's worked on the legislative priorities and policy committee. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it pretty fast today. If anybody has not gone with the superintendent on a listening tour, you need to. It's really super to hear with our teachers. I think they appreciate just having you there. So I think you always invite everybody. So that is cool. Again, I'm excited that our life skills program is going to be moving forward, and that we'll hopefully get that online. I know a lot of people are really begging us for something like that, and a lot of the students need it. So with that, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes. So a couple of weeks ago, I was able to attend the Excel in Ed conference. The national conference was held in Salt Lake City this year, so it was a great opportunity. Went down to the Grand America and spent some time down there. I learned a lot. I mean, and I agree with everything that was said there, certainly, especially when they're talking about vouchers. But I sat in on some amazing presentations, and some of the data that was shared was specific to learning loss across the 50 states. And if you saw where we ranked and where our learning loss was compared to the rest of the nation, it blows your mind. It was, I mean, no one is ever happy about learning loss, but compared to where our counterparts were, I was so proud of Utah schools. I was so proud of everyone who contributed to those decisions. It made me actually very emotional because we went through so much during that period of time, and there was so much conflict and late hours and stress and us pushing and trying to figure out how to do the right thing. And I look at it now and the data speaks for itself. And I'm so proud of every single teacher who hung in there and members of the community who hung in there, and we worked forward and we moved forward together during such a difficult time. We came out so much better than I could have ever hoped for in comparison with the rest of the nation. The other presentation that I sat through that blew my mind was a presentation on evidence-based math learning. And we talk so much about evidence-based reading instruction and other things, but I learned things in that hour that I had never heard before. And the panelists were phenomenal. And in fact, Anthony Godfrey, the superintendent for Jordan School District, was in there with me, and he and I looked at each other and said, wow, like that was incredible. So I would love at some point to sit down and unpack that with either Amber and her team or the superintendent, but I gathered and took photos. I have a lot of great information on that. The other thing I wanted to highlight is the opportunity I had to attend a Shark Tank at Corner Canyon this past Thursday. So John Hansen he's one of the CTE teachers over there and teaches business entrepreneurship. And he's a rock star teacher. One of my children has had him before, and when he invited me to the Shark Tank and told me which entrepreneurs would be there as part of the judges, I jumped at the chance and I let Brooke know about it. It was awesome. Every single student in his class had to come up with some sort of an idea with a full business plan, research, and present it. And the comments from these entrepreneurs, one of whom recently sold her company for almost $400 million. I mean, these are amazing members of our community. She said, I sit through these presentations at the local universities, and some of what I'm hearing today is better than what I hear from them. And it was such an awesome opportunity to see an example of hands-on innovative learning. And these kids were so into it and so excited. And there were honestly business ideas, one in particular that came out of that I was like, how has no one ever thought of that before? It's brilliant. It was so great. Anyway, so I'm so excited to see what is possible and to see what is happening in corners of our district. Those kids are so lucky and so blessed to be there. And I felt lucky to be able to participate. So
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold. I really don't have anything to say. Just thank you, and thank you for sticking with us throughout the whole night. Thank you, Mr. Millerberg.
Yeah, just a couple of things. For those who are not aware, USBA does a program called Master Board Certification. Canyon Board of Education has earned that award, I think, for the last 3 years, maybe more. The requirement is we have to have, of the 9 of us sitting up here, 7 have to complete the training. And we completed that, and we will once again be certified as a master board. So thank you for doing that. That I think is it's a real feather in the cap of the Canyon Board of Education to continue to be a master board. A lot has been said about the new board member training on Saturday, so I won't beat that up too much. I will say, Amanda, Dr. Sidney Dixon was our luncheon speaker, and she bragged up our Utah schools, pretty much the same thing that you were reporting on how everybody else had a dive and we had a dip. And so, yeah, I'm very, very happy about our status that we came through the pandemic with. I will also say, Andrew, you made my day, or made my night tonight. I asked Andrew what he thought about the training on Saturday, and tell me if I'm too far off. He said that was the best training and the most meaningful for what he needs to know that he's ever attended. So thank you for that compliment. Leon presented the CAFR to us tonight. He also, I don't think he mentioned, if you did, maybe I just didn't hear it, that in conjunction with the CAFR, we had the meeting of our audit committee this last week. And this probably doesn't mean anything to anybody but Leon and I, because we understand what it means. But the audit came back as a clean opinion, an unqualified opinion. And I just have to give Leon and the rest of the accounting department so much thanks for financially running our district so tight. And I don't remember in the dozen years that we've been a district ever having anything but a clean audit opinion. So Leon, thank you. The other thing that I just have to share with you is yesterday we had and I may have the words backwards, our access and opportunity. Maybe it's opportunity and access. I don't know. We had our subcommittee meeting. A big point of conversation was we do things very well. We just don't let people know how well we're doing it. And we talked about marketing. And so Jeff and Kirsten, your presentation tonight, I thought, were they listening to what we were talking about? But I will say, I have never felt so much excitement in a room as we did last night as Wendy was conducting the meeting. It was a great meeting, and I think everybody in there was excited for where we can go with the school district. So thank you, Wendy. And I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, many of the things that have been mentioned or that I'd prepared to mention have already been mentioned. So I will just, because of the late hour, just wish everyone a good rest of the evening. And unless there's anything else, declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you.